Or let me take the vacation.
Well, I know
You got a nicer boss than I did.
Ready? Got 'em ready. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the February 22nd, 2024 BAR small meeting. My name is Bill Huey. I'm the acting chairman this evening. With me tonight are board members Julia Martin, Laura Altman, and Bill Turner. City staff president is Frankie Pinto, BARS administrator, and Travis Golly, preservation planner. Applicants have been required to submit any documents in advance of the meeting. Staff will control the slide presentation that includes everything submitted by the applicants by the deadline in accordance with submittal requirements. Applicants simply need to ask staff to advance to the next slide during the presentation. Applicants, staff, and board members are required to give their name when speaking. The order of the meeting will be as follows. Start with an introduction overview of the project by city staff to the board and for the public. Then there'll be an applicant presentation, which has a 10-minute time limit or as determined by the chair, and any questions of the applicant by the board. Any and all presenters should clearly state your name for the record. Persons affiliated with the project, owners, developers, designers, consultants, etc., should speak during this portion rather than during public comment. And we'll have written public comment. All applications here today are part of a public meeting. Written public comments were due by noon the business day before the meeting, and any received comments that have been transmitted to the board members. Then we'll have spoken public comment, which has a 10-minute time limit or equivalent to the applicant presentation as determined by the chair. The applicant does not respond to comments made during public comment. Please clearly state your name again for the record. We'll have city staff comments and recommendations, followed by the applicant's clarification of any public comment or city staff's comments with a 5-minute rule applying. The applicant then takes a seat and speaks if called upon with a question or asked for a comment by the board. Then we'll move into board discussion and a vote. The applicant presentation of the public comment is now closed, and the applicant may clarify inaccurate information when recognized by the chair by raising a hand and waiting to be called upon. Otherwise, may not speak except if asked specifically by the board. The results will be posted on the city website at www.charleston-sc.gov/PAR. Following items have been withdrawn or deferred. Item B2, which is 32 Linwood Boulevard, and item B10, which is number 15 Hampton Court. You're here for those. Those will not be heard this evening. And it doesn't look like there are any students present, so I guess I won't read about that. There are no students out there. And also, please turn off your cell phones if you have any for the meeting. Thank you. And please limit your comments to architecture only. This board really only handles architectural issues, so comments related to zoning, parking, traffic, lot coverage, and livability concerns are not the purview of this board and will not be considered. Okay, so we'll start off. The first item on the agenda was the review of minutes from the February 8th, 2024 meeting, but that item has been deferred by staff, so we will not address that this evening. The first item on the agenda now then will be number 65 Kennedy Street.
65 Kennedy Street is not surveyed, west side circa 1930, and that side is wrong. It is actually in the Old City District. They are requesting demolition of metal roof, not including the roof structure. This is the property's location on Kennedy. Existing site photos. Some context of Kennedy. And Sanborn map showing the history of the structure. And we will turn it over to the applicant.
Yes, sir, right up at the podium. Thank you.
So yes, I had a couple of different roofing companies come out. They took some pictures where the screws are coming actually loose out of the roof, so they would have to fully kind of repair that. You can see in some of these photos too. Next slide, please.
You state your name, are you?
Kenneth Kelly. no, it's not. So, and then the fourth picture off to the right there, you can see that there's kind of some internal decking / rafter damage as well. So you can see that the water leaks are coming interior to the home. So I have two leaks in the living room and one leak in the bathroom. So I did ask him about maybe just coating it, and two of the different roofing companies that I had come out advised against it. They advised a full replacement. So the full replacement of this metal roof was almost about $40,000 versus $8,400 for architectural shingles. I did also reach out to Ms. Charmaine T or something like that about like possible city grants or something like that to help out with the kind of pricing situation, and never heard back on that. So I think my best way forward is definitely to get this roof replaced at an affordable price, which is shingles, which I can do right now before any further interior damage is done. So I believe, is that all the slides?
A couple more interior.
Okay. But yeah, that's all I have for 65 Kennedy. Again, Kenneth Kelly.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions of the applicant?
What was the plan for the low slope area over the piazza?
The parapet wall,
The
or
really almost flat roof that's over the piazza, over the porch.
that would all be shingles as well, I believe. So is that what your reference? Yeah, it would all be replace the metal with, yep, that would be shingle as well.
One other question. Have you spoken to more than one group? Because 40,000 seems.
Yeah,
incredibly high for this.
Mhm.
well, they said to replace that full entire parapet wall would have been about $9,000 alone at the end there. And then they said that right about 20, I think like 28,000 for the full replacement. Because if you don't see, I don't think there's any pictures of the rear with the way that all the pitch changes happen. They said that they'd probably have to replace that stuff as well. I don't really know much about roofing, but again, that was high. So that's when I went and got a different quote from a different roofing company. They came in, theirs was like high 20s, low 30s again for all of that. And then I was like, I can't afford any of these options. So finally I had a third company come out, which is who I'm working with right now. And that's when I was like, can you just run me a quote for shingles? And then they also said they can help redo that parapet wall because it's starting to rot. So they're just gonna make sure that it's.
Parapet wall, do you mean the low roof over the piazza?
Yeah, that little, this piece right here.
Screen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's starting to rot. It's got a lot of damage to it done already. So they said they could also try to get that in there with their shingle quote, so.
And I guess we don't have photographs, but are you saying the roof line is more complex somehow at the back? It's not just a gable with a porch roof?
Yeah,
What?
there's like actually, cause the bedroom in the back there and it steps out, so there's like, the roof comes out this way and then it changes over here. I don't know how they explained,
Okay.
pitch change, but they said. Can't,
I was hoping you could see it there.
yeah, let me see if I have.
See it on your- Yeah, I can't.
But,
I can zoom out. Yeah.
and it looks like it's straightforward unless it extends back into that.
And most of the houses on Kennedy Street too, especially if you see some of the carriage houses like mine, actually do have shingles on them as well. The 57 Kennedy Street across the street there, that's a brand new renovation that was just done, kind of the same layout, and they went with shingle roof as well. And the one just to the right of me also shingles.
Any further questions? Thank you. Okay, I didn't see any written public comment. Is there any spoken or public comment?
April 1, start Charleston Foundation. I was confused about the district that this building is in, but that appears to be a 5B. roof, and we are not opposed to demolition of that roofing material since it's not, it's old, but maybe not historic. But we would, not support asphalt. We would rather see replacement in kind. And we think lower prices could probably be found.
Anyone else? You? Okay, we'll move on to city staff's comments and recommendation.
So staff's observation, the metal roof is a character defining feature and should be retained. And yes, this is not in the historic materials demolition purview, but we've quoted that policy here because even up in the demolition purview, we wouldn't support replacing a 5B with shingles except where it's minimally visible. So staff recommendation is for denial.
Does the applicant wish to clarify any statements made by public or city staff?
I guess nothing at this time, other than like I stated before, everyone else that's in the neighborhood that's redoing their homes has asphalt shingles.
Thanks. Okay, we'll move into board discussion and vote.
Confused about comment number 2, replacement of a standing seam turn metal roof. That's not what we're looking at here. It's already 5B, right?
Correct, it's already 5 feet. And that was something that staff kind of struggled with because we typically don't support using 5 feet to go back. But the only time we have had a 5B roof come up in recent years, we supported replacing it with 5B because it was a stable building. It was one of the carriage stables down off of Anson Street. So we weren't comfortable saying that it could go to shingles, but at the same time, we can't make the applicant upgrade to say Galvalume.
Well, I mean, it's a cute little house and I don't want the rain to come inside anymore. It's had some, insensitive alterations over the years, to be sure, including the introduction of 5B metal roofing, which I do not like. And personally, I don't even think it's that much better than architectural shingles when it comes to the aesthetics, preservation kind of concerns. But where your roof slope is so low, that wouldn't be an option. It's got to be something different. And regardless, I think you would be well served to shop around a little more for roofs. I don't know if you've seen some of the really nice Galvalume roofs that have been put on little modest cottages like this, like at 83 Romney and 9 Ashton, 17, 19 Ashton. It's just, it looks really good on these sweet little old houses. So, I understand your concerns, but I think in the long term and for your investment, that would really be worth looking into. And I do think there are some roofing contractors that could do that much more reasonably than the numbers you're talking about. But personally, I don't know, new 5B, I'm not excited about that, but I'll let you guys talk it out.
I was gonna say something on the same order there that I don't consider there to be a huge difference between 5B roof and shingle roof as far as quality. And then, but on the flip side, I don't think you'll get that the slope that you need on that porch to drain with a shingle roof. I think it's too shallow. Well, I like Julia, I would encourage you to investigate a little further. I just don't think it's too drain.
Would you waterproof it?
It wouldn't be
Yeah,
code
right.
for the shingle, yeah. Shingle roofs do have a minimum pitch for the code, and that's quite a bit lower. Yeah. Okay.
Where are we? Where we are. And really the application, since it's not about demolition, it's not in the demolition purview. application is more like to replace roofing.
I think we were just struggling to figure out how to
Yeah,
advertise other than considering it a demolition of the material.
okay, so if I'm reading it correctly, I think consensus is we're not opposed to replacing the 5E metal roofing, even theoretically with shingles, but I think some clarification is in order for the low slope area, which just there's a disconnect that could happen. So what about deferring it, and letting staff deal with the applicant? That be reasonable?
Yeah, I think it's, I'm fine with the shingles, however, I don't think the porch is gonna drain, and then, so on a house this small, I wouldn't want to put shingles on the main pitch and then have to switch to a metal on the piazza roofs, on this small of a house. I think with maybe what we're talking about here, the concerns and all, I think maybe staff can take those concerns and work something out.
And I'm not saying I've ever done this, but maybe one of you would know. Could you not, to meet code, put a membrane roof on the porch and then just cover it with shingles that are just kind of gravy? I'm not saying I've ever done it or that I'm recommending it, but okay, so I'll make a motion for. Again,
Very quick
Yeah, yeah.
comment. So the applicant did state a few things about piazza screen.
uh,
And I guess I should have asked the question. So you had mentioned some rot, some issues with the piazza screen. Is there some form of proposed construction to that? Because I think all we're seeing on the application is concerning the roof itself, correct?
He was trying to do that within the permit, but we weren't concerned about the repairs.
rot repair.
Okay.
We were just concerned about the roof material itself.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, thanks. Sorry.
I'll make a motion for deferral. Staff, do I need to enumerate
No.
kind of the board
And you don't.
feelings? Okay, with final review by staff.
Okay, we have a motion to defer with final review by staff. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Bill? I have to call the vote. Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia. All right, and the chair votes with majority, motion passes. Okay, the next item on the agenda would be number 102 Murray Boulevard.
Murray Boulevard is not surveyed in Charlestown circa 1972 in the Old Historic District, requesting partial demolition of structure, including removal of 2 rear dormers and partial removal of front porch. This is the property's location on Murray. Existing site photos. Context of Murray. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Do both at once when it's, you know, given all the
I think that's fine, if you guys are comfortable with that.
okay. If we could do.
Oh, great. I was gonna
Do it all the way through.
I only have the context slides in there once, so.
Oh, okay, that's even better. And I took the demo out of both presentations this time, so it wasn't. My name is Jacqueline Curtis, and I am the architect presenting the project at 102 Murray this evening. So I guess we begin with the demolition portion. Yeah. site context, surrounding homes. And existing photos of the home. Front, porch, and you all. Okay, you can continue. These are a few more, I got it inside, I got a few more photos just to see, some of the water damage from the existing windows, especially on that third floor. There's a lot of damage, underneath that existing roof deck. The current portico roof is one of those old, ballast type roofing systems. So basically it will need to be reworked anyway. It just, everything's in, there's just a lot of water damage, throughout the home. The next slide. And then I think there was a question last time about windows not actually being replaced, but rebuilt along Murray Boulevard. And actually I walked down the street and these 3 houses are currently undergoing renovations that appear to have new windows, and 14 Murray also was not on here, but just show the homes being renovated. The property survey. Current demolition plan. First floor demolition plan showing removal of the portico and the windows and doors. Same thing on the second floor. And then on the third floor, I guess that was not part of, I think we went through this last time. They also want to just remove and replace the asphalt shingle roof. It would be a replacing kind. And then the removal of the new dormers on the rear and a relocation of the HVAC stand. And then again, the roof plan showing removal of that current roof deck, the dormers, and then all the roofing materials. And then again, shown in elevation, all the windows and the garage doors will be removed as well and replaced. Elevator each side. And same with the rear, showing the 2 dormers on the rear to be removed. All the good doors. The same thing. That side.
You want me to go on to the next part of her presentation? That's everything for the demo.
Okay, we are also proposing to paint the exterior of the house, but again, we can kind of touch on this at the end. Yeah, but just trying, yeah, a later one. Okay, so.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to do that at the end.
Yeah, that we can talk about that. I think we forgot to talk about it last time, and it came up at the very end, so. Yeah, later. Okay, so yeah, please go ahead and proceed. Again, Sanborn map, location. Existing, or sorry, site context. Configuration of site context. Existing photos, same slides. Yeah, again showing.
You want me to skip this slide?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's, unless that would be.
I hate making you.
No, it's okay. I know, sorry.
yourself.
Sorry. Okay, so this was brought to the board middle of last month. This was the previous site plan that was presented. I do want to mention, following our discussion last time back in January, we have taken this project to the BZA. And we met earlier this week and received a special exception to match the non-conforming side setback on the right side. As you can see, this home is non-conforming, the existing footprint. So we have been granted the allowance to, or exception to, expand the width of the front porch and the drive under parking area. However, they did not want us to go forward. So you'll see in the next few slides how we're trying to work within zoning's limits. But hopefully that will help sort of help the front elevations seem more in favor with our discussion with them last time. So, okay, Frankie, sorry, you may go to the next one. So I just wanted to explain that. So now you can see how the front porch is wider and we were able to make it deeper by working it around the existing front stair. So our
trade-off was to keep those stairs where they are since they're grandfathered in and as close to that front sidewalk as zoning was comfortable with letting us be. So that was our new resolution. All right, can go to the next one, please. Oh, and this is the large ground floor. This was previous. So this is what we presented last time, and then you can go to the next. And you can see how we were able to deepen it, widen it. And actually, I ended up holding, I studied it in multiple ways, but I held it just off the corners enough to continue to reveal those existing points. I think after numerous studies, I just felt like that was the best way to attach there. I did try to study it, is the full width of the house with the points pulled to the new edges of the front porch, and it was really bulky. But go ahead. Previous front floor, or previous first floor. The new first floor. I've also enlarged the column sizes. They're the tapered 1 foot, 1 foot diameter columns, round columns, and adjusted the size or adjusted the number and location of those two, so it presents itself better in front of elevation. Second floor. Or that's the existing or previous, and this is the new. Next slide. Previous third floor. So this is the new, I don't, other than I adjusted the location of the windows, and you'll see this better in elevation. But ultimately that third floor is staying the same. We'll go to the next slide, please. This was the previous roof deck. There was some debate on that extension towards the back being just too large and not working well with the shape of the hip roof. And so if you go to the next slide, you can see how we altered that. So now we're just rebuilding the roof deck to the same size it was, with a little bump out to access those new stairs to reach it. The next. And then this was the previous front elevation. The next one. This is the new proposed front elevation. Oh, and the front door, we are leaving side lights as they are. We'll repair and clean them up. They do want to remove and replace the door slab, but it will be exactly as it is, a 6-panel solid wood stained door. Next slide, please. Elevations. Oh, no, sorry, this is first panel. That's the previous. Go ahead. And then this is the current proposed. You can see the deeper porch. Again, on the roof deck, you can see that's smaller and aligned with the top of that hip roof again. And the dormer is a smaller profile, a little more detailed than previous. Go ahead to the next slide. The previous rear submittal. Next slide, please. And this is the new. Again, I changed the proportions of the dormer a bit by doing the windows closer together and adding shutters. So the windows are exact same size as they are on the front. We'll probably just reuse the shutters we will plan to reuse the shutters that are coming off of one of the previous dormers, and just a very tight 4-inch exposure horizontal siding that will work with the screening that will go carry across to the HVAC stand and the screening for the stairs to go up to the top deck. So, please. That's the previous middle. And tonight's, yeah, this just shows the same ideas on the other side. And next slide, please. Since previous, or no, I'm sorry, this is the new building section, showing the porch and the smaller footprint of for the current size of the roof. Here's some details. With the porch, we've really worked on that. We plan to keep a lot of the same detailing that is currently present in that portico. The dental molding, the deeper column. We'll have a slightly shallower overhang just due to the the location of, the coins and everything, but otherwise we want to maintain that level of detail on this new front porch. Next slide, please. This is a detail of the stairs accessing the new roof deck. Next slide, please. And a large elevation of the column and how that will work with all the trim and the roof line. We're proposing a metal railing. There'll be some brick detailing that will match the existing home. Again, the column is pulled just off the coins to continue to keep those their own element. And that is the other side is the dormer detailing. Next slide, please. And then the new door schedule, new garage doors, it's the bigger one. And the front door has been changed to be rebuilt to match the existing. Slide, please. And then this is the new window schedule. We're proposing Anderson A series windows. They've been measured, the exact size and the cottage style with the 6/9 lights or 6/6 will all go back in place. There won't be, I believe, other than those bay windows on the back, all windows should be the same size that they are currently. Yeah, so all the cut sheets and select information was.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant? And I'm gonna start with one. I did notice on your detail regarding the height of that hand railing, you mentioned 3 feet minimum. Graphically, can you tell us what's shown on, depicted on the current front elevation that looks taller than 3 feet?
I see on the rendering.
Rendering or elevation.
I'm looking at the elevation. Just curious to know if that is gonna be 3 feet. It just looks like it's rendered taller than that. I might be seeing it as a.
I see what you're saying. It will be built at 3 feet. That may be 3'4". Yeah, it's based. I'm trying to sometimes it aligns to the. Floor.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, sorry.
3 feet? Okay, thank you.
It'll meet code. Is that, yeah.
That's my only question. Anybody else have any questions of the applicant?
Only question I had was at the front where you're pulling that porch forward, did y'all discuss that with zoning? Because it looks like you have a 25-foot setback. Did you get a special exception for that also, or?
Porches and stairs have an allowance up to 10 feet.
Okay.
In front, so they've already allowed that within the city. They were hesitant to give us anything. So the porches are okay, be where it is.
Sounds good. Okay,
Yes, yeah.
thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, let's see, we have one written public comment. Frankly, you want me to read this in, or how do you want this handled?
If everyone has read it, we
Has
don't need
everyone
to,
read the public comment?
but I know I did send them late, so if we need to, I can read it.
Can you just
Yeah.
summarize it?
It's fairly short.
Happy?
It's fairly short.
See detached.
It's the last page.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I've been informed of the plans for all that's proposed for the neighboring property at 102 Murray. This includes a new front porch, reconstruction of existing roof deck with stairs to access, exterior paint, roof replacement, exterior door and window replacement. I'm in support of BZA requests for a special exception to extend non-conforming side setback. Yes.
Okay, that was from Mr. Hakeem and us. Who was? Okay, is there any public comment? None? Okay, city staff's comments and recommendation.
Okay, I worded that incorrectly. I had been told by Mr. Penny that they could not get a variance for moving the front steps, due to a lack of hardship. Previous board suggestion to make the porch deeper has been addressed. While stairs stepping into the porch is an unusual configuration and elevation, this aspect is less prominent. And, I was just making an observation that because of the angle of the perspective, it looks like there's an upward configuration by the garage doors. But you don't see that at street level. It was just a drawing issue, I think. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff. Which I did. How many? Sorry. And final review by staff.
Okay, and Frankie, real quick, because we did do sort of a two for a year, do we have to vote on the first portion as the demolition, proposed demolition of, and or other elements, leaving dormers and some other elements?
Yes, we would need to make a, you would need to make a motion and vote on that first.
Okay.
And then on the second portion.
Okay. I guess, thank you.
Mostly for reporting purposes, so I don't have complicated motion.
Right. Okay, does the applicant wish to clarify any comments made by city staff? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on into more discussion and a vote, and I believe this would be concerning the first portion, which is concerning the application for request for approval for replacement of windows, doors, and garage doors and alterations to front porch and rear dormers. Oh, wait a minute, that's the overall one, isn't it? I'm not sure I'm doing. Frankie, can
That's right.
I misinterpreted that?
I think that was right.
First one is partial demolition of structure, including removal of two rear dormers and partial removal.
Yes, so partial demolition, yes, of structure, including removal of two rear dormers and partial removal of. Any discussion on that portion?
No. It almost seems to me like it should be one application. I know last time we deferred it because of the conditions of what was proposed, but given where we are, I'll make a motion for approval of demolition.
Okay, we have a motion for approval. We have a second.
Two items that I have a couple of minor issues with on the garage.
Mm.
And that's the decorative cast iron insets and railings. I think those are character defining feature of a house of this vintage, and I'd like to see those reworked into the railings. Cool. But everything else I'm comfortable with.
Are there grills? Sorry, I'm losing some of these. Were they curvy?
Page 7. They're like, little panels. Yeah.
And then on the face of the steps as well, railing that
Oh, on the
runs
side.
parallel to Murray. There's the.
Okay. I'd be willing to amend my motion, but is there something else?
That's it.
Motion for approval of demolition with one exception. That the decorative iron elements be retained and incorporated into the new design.
Okay, we have a motion for approval of demolition, the retention of the decorative iron elements in the railings. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Thank you, Bill. Okay, we'll call the vote. Excuse me, real quick. Bill,
Yay in favor, Laura?
Yeah, I'm pretty
good. Chair votes majority. That portion passes. Okay, now the second part. Which would be, just read it out. Sorry. This would be for final or for approval. For replacement of windows, doors, garage doors, and for alterations to front porch and rear dormers and for painting of brick.
I appreciate the applicant's response to the previous concerns. I think the front porch solution is actually kind of clever. And the alterations to the roof access and roof deck configuration at the rear lessen the impact of the right of way, in my estimation. Only concerns would be that maybe you just look at some of the details again respectfully, like, for example, the way the porch beam and the column are relating to one another. It looks like the porch beam is furred out so that it's the full width of the the column, and it should align with the shaft. And then I think there are a few other, little things like that maybe one more pass of detail refinement could catch. And I'm personally not opposed to painting this brick, and I think it should be a mineral paint. I think that is all.
I don't think I have anything to add to that. I think the porch is detailed much nicer than what we saw before. It's of a usable depth. Also, I'm not normally a fan of painting brick. However, this is sort of that kind of plain 1950s red brick. And so I don't really have any issue with painting the brick either.
Anything else?
And I'm just while you're looking that up, Julia, Jeff, I agree with your comment about refinement of the entablature. I believe the applicant stated you were kind of using the model of what's there as a go by. What's there is not really proportioned correctly. So I think the comments that Julia made are very valid about the refinement of that, and definitely the alignment of the beam form over the column shaft, but also I think the fascia is incredibly heavy in proportion to the overall height of the entablature as well. So definitely refinement. I guess one further sort of question about that would be potentially, I would assume you may want to introduce gutters to that roof line because there's almost no overhang.
Yes.
So if you do propose to introduce gutters, I would like to see if you could render those and show those on your drawings.
Yeah, sounds good. Any other?
Because I wasn't here for the other conversations. I think it looks like a good improvement from the previous. I defer to y'all.
All right, which I don't motion for, or preliminary. Doesn't matter. I'll make a motion for conceptual approval. For your. We'll look at them there.
They ended up being observations for the comments.
So conceptual approval with board comments, or board conditions to review and refine detailing, especially at front porch. I'm just gonna say it, including alignment of column and beam. And removal or engagement of columns at the facade. And I think we already made it clear that they'll incorporate the decorative iron. Thank you. Would you prefer that they come back here or would you
I'm
prefer that they go
Doing it stuff.
and final review by staff? Or miss anything?
You made a comment during your comments
Did I?
about a specific kind of paint potentially
Oh, yeah.
being used. Did you want to put that in there?
And that if the brick is painted, it should be a mineral paint.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion for conceptual approval. The board comments to refine the porch detailing, including the alignment of the beam form of the entablature itself, and also the removal of the columns adjacent to the facade. And also that if the home is to be painted, that a mineral paint will be used.
Except your slight edits, they were great.
Okay, yeah, I was writing. My writing fast. Okay, all right, do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we'll call the vote. Bill Turner,
Yay, in favor, Laura?
Yay, in favor.
Julia,
Yeah, in favor.
and chair votes majority, motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is 113 Cumming Street.
113 Cumming Street is a category 4 in Radcliffe Borough circa 1852 to 1872 in the Old Historic District. They're requesting after the fact approval for demolition of porches and roof. This is the property's location on Cumming Street. An existing site photos. A Sanborn map showing the history of the property. And architecture survey card from 1985. This is a picture on the right. I have some reference photos from the stop work inspection done in November. I'm not really gonna go through them, but they are in here. If we need to reference them after the presentation.
Okay, can I ask you one question? This reads as just strictly a demo application, but there are there's like an addition proposed and enlarging of the porch and all that. Should it-
All we're reviewing right now is the after the fact demolition.
Okay. Will that be
The
coming-
applicant is trying to provide some additional information based on what they're wanting to do next. But the only thing we can look at the moment is that after the fact.
So we'll see the rest of it.
Right now, we're just trying to get them some guidance on moving forward.
Gotcha.
All right, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello. So I don't know where you.
Go ahead, sir. Can you state your name? I'm sorry for the
Aaron
record.
Yeomans.
Thank you.
All right, so we did pull a permit for the renovation and to remove the roof and to replace it with an approved roof from, the BAR. That's acceptable for them. It had a 5V crimp roof going over the top of cedar shingles. It didn't have any kind of decking on it. And so any metal roof you put on there is gonna bend up. So I did pull the permit and get approval for putting new decking on. At the same time, whenever I got approval for putting the metal roof on. And, so as far as the deck, it was a miscommunication, but I know everything, whoever's the contractor on the job, it's their fault. And I do accept full responsibility for that. And that it's like a deck that's from the 50s or 60s, 4x4 posts, 2x2s for the balusters. It's not a historical deck by any means. But I know I should definitely supposed to get permission before, and I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any questions of the applicant?
So you're the owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This contractor still employed?
Yes.
Just kidding. All right.
Maybe just show us the other photographs you've had to get a better sense of the scope of.
Okay. Let's see, do we have any written public? Thank you.
I didn't think this one did.
Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak?
We're okay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. While we realize this is an after the fact demolition request, we would just like to let the applicant know our comments about the proposed design. This application does not specify when the most recent porch was added, but it's clear from the 20th century Sanborn maps that this dependency building never had a full-length piazza. While we'd be open to reintroducing a porch element, a double piazza would be creating a false sense of history. Thank you.
April Lloyd, Historic Charleston Foundation, we have the same comments as the Preservation Society, and if that porch is going to be rebuilt, we would recommend doing something that doesn't present like a historic piazza, something that's differentiated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Frankie?
So let me try to explain a little bit the issue that we have at the moment. So building and BAR did a stop work order for exceeding the scope of permit, and the roof and the porches were removed. Part of the issue right now is we have an after the fact issue for the demolition. And the applicant has something that they would like to do that is different than what was there. Zoning cannot review that until you guys rule on the after the fact issue. So he'll have to go to zoning and get, well, he has some zoning issues to work out as well. But he can't go to zoning until we rule where we are with the after the fact approval. And whether we're going to give after the fact approval for the demolition. He would like to propose something different, which is the full length drawing that was in there showing the porch, the length of the building. And he's still talking to zoning about any changes he would have to make on that. So that's part of the argument for not requiring it to go back exactly as was. So initially, we told them that they needed to get zoning approval first before coming before the board. Zoning kind of pushed it back and said we needed to review the after the fact issue first before they could look at any changes to the footprint.
So in sequence, if, for example, the after the fact demolition was approved by this board, then the applicant would go on to zoning and then come back to this board for that design.
Yes.
Okay.
Or if it were not approved.
Or if it were not
Same
approved.
thing.
Or if it was not approved, then he would have to go back with what was there. Or-
Right now, we're just trying to get him
Submit.
some guidance so that he can begin moving forward in whatever direction that may be.
There's no site plan here, and did you have any later Sanborn map excerpts to see if there was ever any porch of any size?
We have
Got that porch back.
Or two?
Should be the 1940.
the 55 is the latest.
That
we
have
have.
none either.
And then the next thing we had is the 85 survey card, which shows that porch. So we have a gap where we don't know.
Thank you.
So we have these are our conditions where the roof and porches should be reconstructed to match the previous. Roof should be hand crimped, standing seam metal, no ridge caps, to match previous. with the same pitch. However, from the photos that they have, it looks like there was a structural issue and the roof is slanting downward. The ridge line is slanting downward. So if that was a structural issue, we have no issue with that being corrected. Recommended consulting a structural engineer, as it looks like the wall is sort of unzipping at one point. And we thought this porch should be reconstructed as was. So our recommendation is denial of after the fact, and reconstruct to match previous.
Thank you, Frankie. Would the applicant wish to address any of the comments made by staff or?
Yes, sir.
And if I've missed anything, Aaron, I think I got everything.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on into board discussion and the vote.
I'm gonna ask the applicant one more question. Did you have any structural engineering?
Yes,
or-
yes, ma'am.
You did? And that's something that you submitted to the city that included tearing out the interior structure and all the roof framing?
So we just demoed it. We left the floor in upstairs, and the floor was about 12 inches off the ground. So the joists were rotted out. But you know, we left the structure portion, hold it up, braced it.
Okay, bit of a.
I guess I have a question to either of the applicant and or city staff. So the submittal drawings that we have in front of us, were those the drawings that were submitted for permit?
We could not submit anything because we didn't have the plans for the addition. You know, we were going back and forth with what zoning and the BAR would be happy with as far as building an addition, which zoning was saying they didn't want the addition at the back of the house, and they thought it would be better to put it at on the side. So that's what the new plans show, and making the porch the same size, but more historical, you know, 6x6 columns and, you know.
So to obtain the permit, were you given a permit for repair?
Yes,
Type
sir. I had a
work, is
permit
that-
to do the entire job, like plumbing, electrical, HVAC, everything.
I'm trying to understand which plans were submitted for a permit and approved by permit office. It was not these drawings that we have in front of us.
No, sir. And I knew there would be a stopping point, you know, once we had the plans, and then come submit them to y'all for everything outside, you know, for the addition and the porches. You know, we were just gonna get to a certain point and stop.
What did the permit include in terms of the roof and the plants? What did the permit actually include?
That was the one thing where, you know, that's the egg on my face, that there was nothing for the porches, and I'm just at fault for that. And, you know,
And what about the roof?
the roof was permitted and approved by the BAR. And I got a
The
permit
roof was
for,
the roofing permit was approved to re-roof with a galvalume roof.
Not the structure.
Right, we weren't aware of the structure being removed. So our understanding was it would be going back on top of the existing frame.
Well. Just on principle, I wouldn't be inclined to approve the after the fact. Request. But that's not to say that objectively I wouldn't. Be receptive to some proposed change. To it, so it's a little, you know, what to do.
Well, this is a procedural, but I mean, it's gone.
It's gone.
And so, I mean, all we can say is put it back the way it was. we've had these before. I mean, this is one of the most egregious ones we've ever seen. Why any contractor, you know, would do this, I don't know. But that's something totally different. So I think we kind of have to approve it after the fact, at least for certain elements of it. I have no problem with the demolition of the porch. The porch, is probably originated as a very, very simple outbuilding. Could have been a kitchen house with the large chimney that's showing on the photographs. And, which they quite often did not have porches. So, I have no problem with granting the approval for the porch removal, and something else could go back, simple, but something. But then the rest of it also, I don't see that there's really any choice. I mean, it's gone, you know, it's, all you can do is put it back.
The
I
chimney's
mean,
in
I
old
think-
photographs. Chimney's not in the new, chimney's in some old photographs and have a foot.
Yeah,
Almost so chimneys.
It's not there, now, right? Is your 1985 photograph showed?
I think it was the survey.
'85 showed it.
I mean, the chimney is what leads me to believe that it was
Mhm.
back fireplaces. You know.
The chimney was not there.
No, sir, we did not tear down the chimney.
Is it still there?
No, sir.
And I will say to that, that we don't have brick in the pictures from the stop work inspection. So it's- that's-
So to Bill Turner's point, the device that we use, if we deny demolition of this porch, even though it's already demolished, is then saying that we would like to have the form of that porch come back as it was. Now what you were saying is you would leave the door up to consideration of a different porch form.
Yeah.
So basically to approve the after the fact demolition of the porch.
I am not here as often as y'all are, but do you ever look at it as if it had come to us before demolition, would you have approved demolition?
Exactly.
Which I would have been fine with the demolition of the porch because it's not a quality porch and the building originally likely never had a
Right.
porch. Now, as far as the roof structure goes, I think we also have to prove that because it needs to go back. There's no alternative really. It's
Right.
gone, so, you know, if you don't approve after the fact, or you're saying that,
Well, you deny it and then
Deny
it.
it and require it.
and the
to be
part
yeah,
goes
removed.
back
okay.
as is.
all right,
So we could deny one part and approve one part. if we
I think
choose.
so, yes.
Okay. I wonder the influence of Robert Gurley, he would never approve anything after the fact. But that makes,
Punishment.
yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I think right now it's what would you require to go back as was? And what are you willing to look at an alternative design for so that he could go talk to zoning?
Um,
Okay. I'll make a motion for after the fact approval for the removal of the porch. And a motion for denial of the removal of the roof. And including the structure. Frankie, were there any other elements?
No, sir, just the porch and the.
there were no good windows or anything that are.
Not to our knowledge.
Okay.
Your scary picture one more time.
There was no windows removed.
No,
Yeah,
All the
the
windows
windows
are
are still there.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for after the fact approval of removal of the porch and denial of after the fact removal of the roof and roof structure. We have a second. Vote. Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yea, in favor.
Julia, and chair votes with majority. Motion passes.
I apologize again. I'll make sure it doesn't happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 114 Broad Street.
114 Broad Street is a category 2 in Charleston Village, circa 1790 to 1829 in the Old Historic District. They are requesting approval for new mechanical units with screening. This is the property's location on Broad Street. Existing site photos. Context of Broad. And sample maps. I have the architecture inventory too. Okay. And I will turn it over to the applicant. The photos with the screening are in this version.
they weren't
They
online
weren't.
or anybody
No,
like that.
no.
We have tried to get that thing loaded. I can't tell you how many times. It will not load. Right now, it's a trade permit. Staff just could not review it because of the category.
Do you know if anything is? Well, I mean, we,
There's pictures of that.
like, wouldn't have had any opportunity to consider that. Willing to just like do it live? I don't know.
Let's just listen to this.
Okay. If we would be able to review it and have you give staff the authority to review it, then that would be acceptable. Right now, the issue is just the category. We did not have any opposition to what they're proposing.
Jeremy Tate with Metters. Thanks for hearing this. We did submit photos and information, so.
They did submit that by the deadline. It was purely a tech issue on our part.
Thanks for hearing this. I did realize this, looking at it yesterday, prepared for this. I was actually asked to present this yesterday. So I looked at the packet, but it wasn't there. I did reach out to Charleston Foundation Preservation Society, made sure that they had those information. I won't speak on their behalf, but I did get a response back that they would have no comments that may have changed. But anyway, if you could maybe go to a floor plan, site plan, just so you're
One of these.
That's what I see. Go one more slide back. Go back.
Go backwards, sorry.
And one more. So really, what's visible from the street is this east side looking through the gate. And this unit is being removed completely and not put back. So is the screen that associates with it. It'll go away completely. These two units are being removed. That one's being retained. Those at the rear, you can't really see from the photo right away. Next slide, please. So what's proposed, again, ignore that this was an old underlay that the mechanical engineer used, but that's not coming back. It's going away completely. So what is coming back are 2 units here and 2 units here. There's an existing pressure treated 1x4 vertical slat screen. It's about 6 feet high. It's got about approximately 1 inch gap between each board, and it wraps around the units. The units are on little wooden platforms, so they're slightly elevated, maybe a foot. And the existing screening is attached to the platforms, and it's not fastened to the foot. What we propose to do is just screen an L around this, and we're actually going to sneak these a little further up so it does not interact with that window. So the screen would start here, come around, and wrap around, and it's this exact same screen that's there, and there's pictures we'll get to. We will propose to put some gates to service it, but the gates will be mounted on stainless steel butt hinges, painted black and black gate latches. These are the two that are brand new to this side to serve the building. And again, between the window and the existing door, the same screen concept, the same platform is elevated. If you could go maybe to the pictures, we did provide a couple images, maybe. So that's what you would see from the street. One more. What it would look like. And it's really hard to show that in Photoshop. Next slide. Have a closer up view of how it exists. And the one that you're seeing in the right or the left, or up close again, remember that will be gone. This existing unit is unscreened, so when we put the two back, all of that will be screened, and there'll be a big screen that exists between these, and that kind of flat surface of wall. Next slide. That's existing, kind of as you walk in, what you would see currently. Next slide. And ignore our rendering. We just confirmed yesterday that this actually will go away completely. So it's really this screen and the alteration of that screen that's in question. That's all I have, unless you have any questions.
Okay, any questions of the applicant? Thank you. Any written? No written comments. Is there any public comment for this application? No? All right, so Frankie?
We just said too, that since it's a category 2, it couldn't be approved by staff. Not replacement to match, but the proposed screening does match the existing. Staff recommendations for approval.
Thank you, Frankie. Okay, would the applicant like to clarify anything or address anything? Thank you. All right, ready for board discussion and votes. Any issues?
I was just gonna say, it would be awesome if you could do something so that you could have some power to do these minor things, people in categories 1 and 2.
Maybe just add
Super minor.
mechanical work to policy.
Or just really minor things, even like that little bit of paving on the East Battery last time. Just, but for now.
It was something discussed and we were gonna ask what you guys thought about it. It does seem.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that the photographs and stuff weren't in the PowerPoint or weren't in the online for review before, but now that I see what's going on, I don't have any issue with it, especially if that southernmost unit isn't really needed. So just make a motion for final approval with the condition that the front unit is not actually going to be installed.
Second to that motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for final approval of screening as proposed with the condition that the front unit is to be removed. And we have a second by Laura, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Great, okay, we'll call the vote. Bill?
Yeah, approval.
Laura?
You're in favor.
Judy?
In favor.
And chair votes with majority, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. This item is number 59 Broad Street. Julia Martin will be recusing for this item. Is the applicant present for, oh, there he is.
I'm here.
Yep.
59 Broad Street is not rated in Charlestown pre-1944 in the old historic district, requesting preliminary approval to add new half-story and spot operations. This is the location on Broad Street. Existing site photos. Context of Broad Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Is there a clicker for us or not?
It is not, it has died. It has died, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. All right, thank you. I'm Dan Sweeney with Stump House. We're here for a preliminary meeting. We can go through the first couple of slides are similar. You've seen them before. The building, the massing is in the middle of the building now. So this is an existing 3-story building. We're putting a 4th story. We're allowed to have another half story on top of this building. So it's sitting now in the middle of the building. Okay, next slide. This is just some historical information. Next slide. Next slide. The bottom left photograph, which I'll come back to, but that is seen from Broad Street looking down the alley, which is on the right-hand side of this building. The alley is owned by us, and the neighboring building is approximately 5 feet away from us. I'll come touch on that in some of the elevations. Next slide. The existing 3rd floor is in rough shape, so the whole thing is coming off except for the facade on Broad Street, but there is currently wood framing and rotted in several places and the roof, so it's all coming off. So we're redoing the 3rd floor and putting an addition on the top of the building. Next slide, please. Okay, existing and above and proposed 1st floor plans. We don't have a tenant yet for the 1st floor, but the use of the building is commercial on floor 1 and then residential on floors 2, 3, and 4. It's actually 2 single residential apartments on those 2 floors. The top 2 floors are the owners of the building. And here in this slide, we are showing that this will come up in the elevation, but a door in the center on Broad Street that is an accordion door that can open up between the 2 existing pilasters that are there. Next slide. 2nd floor remains similar to what you've seen previously. That we are proposing to take 2 windows that are on Broad Street and make them operable doors. They will open in, and there are some new railings that are in between each of the windows and the doors that are there. Previously, we didn't have developed floor plans. We were working on fenestration here. Okay, next slide. This is the 3rd floor. Again, similarly, we've begun to develop floor plan. The front windows on Broad Street stay where they are. The windows down the 2 sides have changed from what they were previously. You can see the difference between the upper slide or the upper image is the existing windows and then the windows that we're proposing on the 3rd floor. Next slide, please. And then this is the addition on the rooftop. So again, it's half of the footprint of the floor beneath it. And this also has 4 new windows. Well, it has all new windows. It's all new construction up here that overlook Broad Street, but we've pushed the addition behind the existing elevator tower, which is closest to Broad. Next slide, please. And then our rooftop, this is just a roof plan. It's showing that we do have an accessible deck in the back for the owners of the building, a walkable deck, and then on the very top of the roof is a mechanical screen. That's it. Next slide. This is a streetscape, which we've seen previously. Next slide. Okay, here in the middle, you're seeing the proposal today. The only, there is a few differences from what I showed last time. One, We are showing railings in between each of the windows on floor 2 and floor 3. And then we are showing some sort of decorative treatment up in the pediment here, and then possibly in the horizontal entablatures, maybe a little star, maybe a little circle. That's what is being shown in the left and right drawings in the center up here. And then the two drawings in the center, one is showing the storefront on the bottom floor closed on the left, and then the storefront open between existing pilasters. We're also proposing to stucco the bottom first floor storefront. It's currently, this whole entire storefront is brick, painted brick right now, and we're proposing to stucco first floor on the bottom. Next slide. Showing the elevation looking west. This is the alley side elevation. The third and fourth floors are going to be new construction. The materiality here is brick up through 3 floors and then stucco on the top, possibly hardy, but thought it was appropriate to go to a different material for the rooftop addition. Currently the third floor, as you see it in the very top elevation, the existing elevation, the 2 floors are brick, and then everything above that is stucco in very poor shape, at least from the inside. You don't tell it's in poor shape from the outside. Go ahead, next slide. I did leave myself a note there that said need to have a photo, and that was the photo that I'm referring back to that we saw earlier. You can barely see that elevation from Broad Street, but you can see it. It's very oblique to see towards the very back, but here is the east elevations. This looks out towards the harbor. There's a 2-story building right immediately adjacent to this. And the middle drawing shows a dash line running vertically where you cannot see anything beyond that. You can't see actually anything of the 3rd floor, except for right up close on Broad Street. So I think you might see a little bit of the corner of the 3rd floor window closest to Broad, but nothing else in back. And you definitely will not see the back little accessible deck back there. Next slide. Rear elevation. This has not changed from what you've seen last time. Next elevation. We're starting to get into some sections. This hasn't really changed from last time, although we've been working closely now with a structural engineer to tighten up some of our systems or what he is going to want for systems in this building. Next slide. Similarly here, section through the building. Next slide. Site angles from St. Michael's Alley, which is behind us. You will not see this construction from there. Go ahead, next slide. There's some site angles up top where you can see what is seen when you're leaning up against buildings on the other side of Broad Street. See the dashed lines represent what you could see right in front of our building. Go ahead, next slide. Here we're starting to really explore what we're doing here on the 1st floor, and this really translates up through all the rest of the floors, but stuccoing the 1st floor and then adding some sort of decorative treatment within the horizontal bands which define floors 2 and 3. Okay, go ahead, next slide. And then this is some 3D renderings. I think the bottom left really shows, and this is very similar to last time, it really shows how minimal you see of that 3rd floor elevation on that side where the 2-story building is. That's it.
Well, okay, so right now, the ground floor facade, ground floor is brick, 2nd floor is brick. 3rd floor is brick also. But wood frame behind that. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All right. But so proposed the ground floor would be stucco and the remaining would be brick.
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question, because you mentioned, I think your words were some kind of decorative treatment on the facade. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be plaster. So there'll be plaster work, some sort of medallion and plaster up in the pediment. The pediment, as you can see in the top photograph right here, is fairly null and void. And I have suggested maybe a date. It's difficult to pin down the date. We certainly could come to the initial building downstairs, which is in 1940. We have building department records for that, but maybe some sort of wreath up there. I think just to add some interest to the facade. And then similarly, I thought the horizontals could have one centered on each window, and it's shown in the elevations. Probably a little, it's about a 12-inch field, so it'd be a little 6-inch, I'm not sure, star or circle in plaster. Medallion. And I actually think that they're rendered. It didn't really show up, but in the rendering, they are there.
The bifold storefront house, how did you come to that? If it's not being, you said you don't have a tenant for the ground floor.
We don't.
Okay, so it's not like client driven,
No, it's not. It's not. It is client driven.
not tenant driven.
Right. It's not tenant driven currently at this point. So right now, art galleries are who that he has talked to, but he has been to the art walks and likes the idea of the permeability of those art walks, and so looked at this. Really looked at we wanted to have glazing across the whole thing, and that's what we have shown previously, and so.
The idea is that when it's closed, it resemble a typical traditional
storefront,
storefront.
right. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I didn't see any written public comments, so do we have any public comment? Comment? Thank you. Frankie?
Okay, we just had one comment that we appreciate the changes to the facade that gave a more order and a sense of verticality to the storefront. And staff recommendation is preliminary approval with final review by staff of permit drawings.
Thank you. The response to staff's comment?
No.
Thank you. Okay, we will move into board discussion. Vote.
The project has continued to improve. I've never really had much of an issue with the positioning of the penthouse. I think it's fine. I don't think it's gonna be highly noticeable. I do think the bifold storefront is unusual, so I'd like to see that, some more information on that. But if it looks like a traditional storefront, I don't see any issue with it. I don't really have anything major to say about it. One minor thing is I suggest moving the two outer goosenecks across the sign band. I don't see a sign ever being approved that's going to stretch all the way from end to end of the building. Overall, I think it's improved and it looks pretty good.
I defer to y'all since I wasn't here for the previous meetings, but I think that looking at the previous drawings and this, it looks like a great design, well thought out. I can see the bifold doors having currently working on some for a project, so
Yeah.
more of that folding door style.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my comment primarily would be about those doors and the fact that not only is it the door, the presence of the doors, but also the transoms are opening with the doors.
Mhm.
So I think that in my mind, I would believe that the transoms would need to be more fixed apparatus, especially because if you consider the actual opening of those doors, the thickness of a transom bar would have to be minimal at best in order to not bind when the doors actually did open. So I think that, I think the transoms, if consideration of this type of door is in play, I would think the transoms would probably need to be fixed over those doors to really, I think, properly depict what would be a structural transom bar, which will be on the adjacent, I'm sure on the adjacent doors, single doors. Sorry. And yeah, I think that's really all my comments. I do think that whatever detailing, potential ornamental embellishment is added to the building should be subject to a separate submittal to staff, because I believe Mr. Sweeney was stating those are kind of a placeholder for
Yeah,
now.
that's true.
So I would think that there needs to be a submittal of those details to staff for review. Yeah. Curious about the plaster. I assume maybe you're talking about, I'm thinking not plaster, but something. Yeah, that's really all my comments to it. So. Okay, we'll move on to, let's see. Oh, go there. Motion.
Make a motion for preliminary approval. For the storefront system, the bifold door system, be further studied to include a fixed transom. Removal of the two outer gooseneck light fixtures. And a final review by staff. Final review.
Final review by staff, you said, Bill?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so make sure I got this right. I have a motion for preliminary approval with board conditions of the storefront bifold system to include a fixed transom and for the removal of the gooseneck fixtures. And
The outer two.
the outer two, okay, thank you. The outer two gooseneck fixtures and final review by staff.
Yes.
Okay, for the second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, call the vote. Bill,
Yay in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
chair votes with majority, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to 438 King Street.
Julia.
Thank you.
Four thirty-eight King Street is a category 3 in the East Redbird, with 1872 to 1880 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual and preliminary approval for renovation and conversion of existing structure into small hotel with 3-story rear addition. This is the property's location on King Street. Some existing site photos. View from John Street. Architecture inventory. More on King Street. And we will turn it over to the applicant.
Neil Stevenson, architect of the owner, 430 King Street. You guys have seen this before. This started as, we actually had approval for a 7-story addition at the rear of this building, zoning approval. And so as this project has progressed, it keeps getting smaller and smaller, which I'm not opposed to at all. I mean, I actually enjoy the more condensed version of this. And I think that we're kind of down to a few key points that we were asked to address. And most of them are in regards to the rear elevation, which can be seen from John Street. It's not jumping in your face, but it's the addition in the addition here actually on the north side of the building is primarily for a stair and elevator tower to access all 3 floors. A note to be made, I think there's some confusion of whether we were going to be altering any of the historical windows or doors, and just wanted to let you know that we are not. We're not. The ground floor columns are not the original columns. They're kind of warped 6x6s that were put in, and our intention is to replace those with more of a replica of what would have been there originally, which is more like 2nd and 3rd floor columns, which are all wood. Very little detail, but enough to make it interesting. We just kind of wanted to pull that whole piazza together as far as that goes. But for the most part, the main building, including most of the interior, some of the well-preserved historical fabric of the interior building is being preserved as much as possible. So getting to the addition, there was some concern about the addition being a little too tall. And so, originally we had this little penthouse that was accessing the roof, which is for mechanical units only. There's a parapet to help shade those, to hide the mechanical units on the roof. Because really there's not many places on the ground to put them. So that rooftop of the addition is like a perfect spot. So we just went and just illuminated the penthouse altogether. It's now just it'll be a hatch. Then the other, I think the point of contention was the hyphen. It wasn't even, it was just a suggestion, which I agree with, was to make the hyphen so that it's just one plane from roof to ground, which we've done. I'd say one of the main changes that you'll see is that instead of going with all glass, which we thought maybe was too contemporary, we're proposing this Ipe shiplap surround, and then putting windows in each floor. So there'll be a door on the ground floor with a transom window that will be the same head height as the ground floor door windows. The 2nd floor window will be the same height and size as the 2nd floor windows. And then the 3rd floor, the sill height will be the same. And then it'll go up as tall as we can go on the 3rd floor. But since the roof has been dropped, the windows are not going to be as large as the historical windows. So that makes sense. That leaves you guys. And I think that was kind of the main points that we were looking at, except for, it's really just the penthouse, the mass of the penthouse, which has been brought down, the hyphen, making sure that none of the windows and doors and the historic fabric are being messed with too much. And is there any questions?
Okay, any questions? Yeah.
I have like a small memory of talking about the west elevation and even the north. Do you have that anywhere? And there's a note, I think, about purview because of the special exception.
Yeah, the north, Can you take us to the north?
North there.
Yes,
The
is added
west.
also, there's the outline.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. my bad.
The north elevation will not really be seen from anywhere but the interior of the block. And you can see from King Street, you really can't see any of it. But this is. Where's North Elevation?
Sorry, I missed that.
That looks like that's the existing. And there you go. And you can see how the penthouse was removed. And it's quite a distance from King Street.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I didn't see any written public comment. Do we have any public comment? None? Frankie?
A building commission project received a special exception from zoning in November of 22 for accommodations use, so the entire project is under purview regardless of the visibility for public rights of way. The staff just had a comment that was from a previous meeting that we need to better understand the extension over the door on the east elevation, and this change should be reversible. Other than that, previous comments had been addressed as far as we could tell, and staff is recommending conceptual approval with staff conditions and final review by staff of permit drawings.
Frankie. Any response to staff's comment? No. Okay, we will move into board discussion and a vote.
Come a long way.
I think it has to. I don't really have any issues with it. I would still like to see the site details.
You looked at the plan provided, a little bit.
Yeah. Particularly the detailing of the. But-
Is that supposed to come separately? No.
But I think the project has come a long way. I like the way that it has been pared down and simplified.
Can I ask a question of Frankie? What is the extension, this may be because I wasn't here the last review of this, what's the extension over the door on this elevation?
The board had a concern. Find it in elevation.
It turned into an arbor.
Well, there's the
Okay.
arbor, but there's also. Here, there's something that projects over that rear door that you guys had a comment about wanting to know how it was attached and that it should be reversible. And that was the only previous comment I couldn't find was addressed.
Elevation sort of looks like it's in the other elevations, it looks like it's gone. Can you just ask, is there still some?
It's over the hyphen door. It's
Okay.
not on the-
That's what
it's not
we're
on the
seeing.
shore.
Okay.
Okay, so let's just make a, really good? Yeah. I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with a board condition to provide a detail for the site wall and final review by staff.
Okay. Motion on the floor, from Julia, for conceptual approval with a board condition to provide detailing of perimeter wall and a final review by staff. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Bill, vote. Bill,
You in favor?
Laura,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia. The chair votes for the majority. Passes forward. No, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Your piece. The next item will be 59 Smith Street. Just 1 second, Julia's recused for this. Bill, you seconded the last motion.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
59 Smith Street is a category 3 in Charleston Village circa 1818 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for new rear addition and new rear ADU. This is the property's location on Smith Street. Some existing site photos. View of the rear dependency. Architecture inventory. I have so many pictures, my apologies. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Bill Stevenson, I'm representing the owner. I know you've seen this before as we've evolved through this. We all know renovating a house and building an addition to a historical house, especially something that's as old as 1818, it's a lot of complexities and when you're in tight quarters like Charleston, there's, I'm not happy to see anything built next to them. And so because of the historical nature of this house, we've hired Jonathan Poston, who you all know was the chairman of the president of the Historic Charleston Foundation, and has pretty much written the Bible of historic preservation in Charleston. And published and well respected, so he's been hired as kind of to help guide us through this because there are so many intricate historical details and we're trying to be as thorough as possible. I think anybody who walks through the project and sees the detail that's being done for the historic preservation of the house, which is really an amazing example of the house that's maintained its plaster work and the details of plaster and woodwork in rooms. It's pretty amazing. And the present owner is, who I think is the 7th owner of the house in its lifetime, is doing a great stewardship job of really restoring this house. I think that one of the things that this house suffers from is that it was never really modernized. And so when you go into this house and you can think of where are you going to put the kitchen? I mean, you really have to build an addition if you don't want to tear up the historical house. And so we're choosing to build an addition. And again, it's a balance. We have an owner who's in a wheelchair. And so there's some very, tight quarters and wheelchair access that has to be complied with. We have to add an elevator that accesses the 2nd and 3rd floor. We're trying to keep the addition as low as we can, but you have to really marry the floors up, and the ceilings are 11 feet tall on the 1st floor above the ground floor. And so anyway, we've been doing as best we can, keep this as small as we can without making it a wasted effort for not being functional for the owner, who's spending a lot of money on the renovation and a lot of time and effort and great attention to detail. And I wanted to invite John Poston up here to kind of talk a little bit more about this history of it, because I think it's really important. especially when you've got, the house has really only been renovated a few times, and one of them was in the 50s by Herbert DaCosta, and then, you know, you get into some things about Herbert DaCosta so well known, like, what do you want to preserve that Herbert DaCosta brought in? So anyway, if Jonathan can come and speak to some of the history, and then we can maybe address some of the issues that were discussed in the last meeting.
Thank you, Neil. It's been a pleasure for me in a 42-year career in Charleston, or 30-year career in Charleston, but otherwise elsewhere for the remaining 14 years of my career in historic preservation, to work on such a quality building with the owner, Melissa Linton, at 59 Smith. This house has lots of great fabric. It is slowly still yielding its secrets to us. Only yesterday, we began the study of the ground story windows, which are casements, which I thought were Victorian, and they are not Victorian, they're much earlier. They may be the oldest casement windows in the city of Charleston. We still have to determine that. But what's very important about this house is it was at the height of fashion when it was built. It was built by a wealthy landowner from Edisto Island who lavished great expense on its interior details. And those very details were what brought Patty Whitelaw and the Woodwards, who were great exemplary restorers of Charleston buildings, into the property, this property, to own it and then to restore it, and Herbert DaCosta's tremendous work on the site with Charleston's original craftsmen of the 20th century in historic preservation. So what has sort of disturbed me in this process, because I have a long perspective on what you do, and I know you all are very good, careful architectural review board members, but I first started appearing before this board in 1982, and I've seen a lot of directions on the boards, and I'm glad to see all the care you are taking. But in looking around the city of Charleston, I see some really disturbing elevator penthouses and all sorts of changes that are not part of the program here. This program is a very careful restoration. And the one thing that the Whitelaws, Mrs. Whitelaw and the Woodwards did not really want to do was build a kitchen of any large nature. So they were content with a small enclosure at the back of the piazza. But that's very difficult with a family that's going to need handicapped accessibility and going to need a program that is more suited to today. And by my look at Charleston, this is not a large addition in any way compared to the things that have been approved over the last 3 decades. So I would just simply say that this whole process has been very careful, it's been very measured, and what's important is what's relevant here with the Board of Architectural Review. I spent 4 years out west studying historic preservation commissions and historic preservation organizations, working for the National Trust, and it's very important to have a perspective that Charleston, while it has the first ordinance, it has an ordinance that's not up to date. So one of the things this board should be able to do is recognize when a building is not rated at the right rating. This building is referred to as being a category 3. It should be a category 1. And if it was evaluated for its fabric, it would be. And we had a survey of the city's damage after Hugo, and I had directed that survey. I pulled up the survey forms on this house, and sure enough, one of the team investigating it from out of town said, this building should be a category 1. And what the current owner is doing is trying to preserve all the historic fabric of the property, trying to investigate and learn from all that is there on site. And it's a tremendous amount of work that will change, in some ways, the architectural history of the city. This will be a paradigmatic house in terms of the city's architectural history. So all that can be done to encourage new owners to do this kind of work is of most importance. Just beating them up over their addition or over one's own personal preferences on what view they see across our property is not relevant to this property. What is relevant is what's before the board. And what is important here is the historic building and that the addition be in character and sympathy, which I believe it is. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well said. So just a few more points I just wanted to make. This is a pretty large property, but, and it used to actually, this house was, the property was substantial. So all of the houses that are around it, except for Gracie's house to the north, were part of this property. And I know people are saying that this is overbuilt, but this is, we're still at 37% of the lot, which is one of the least built properties on the block. And I would say the house directly to the north is like, or to the south, I should say, is like 80-something%. And the other houses are some of them are more than that. And so if you were to take the percentage of properties, and if you were to go to the neighbors and say, you have to remove that percentage so that you're compliant, I think everyone would freak out because they want to have a kitchen and they want to have a master bathroom and have modern day elements in your house so that you can make the house livable. So that's kind of the balance, you know. We have a beautiful historical house. We want to renovate it very well. We want to build an addition so that the people who are living in it can enjoy it. So I know that there was in the last meeting there was a comment about pulling the house, the width of the house back so that it didn't totally block the view from the piazza. And so we've done that. We've pulled it 6 feet back, and it doesn't tuck back completely behind the house, which I know some people would like. But again, we have some circumstances when you've got somebody in a wheelchair, they have special constraints that they need to have certain maneuverability. And I think that you could, argument could be made that like each owner of these historic houses interject their own element into the design, and that becomes part of the history of it. And that's how, you know, that's kind of what makes it interesting too. And you know, this is one family that owns this whole property. They're reducing the number of units from 4 units to 3 units. We're keeping the kitchen house freestanding because it does have some very nice brick details. And we studied connecting it at one point and we decided that was not the right decision. So we've created a space between the kitchen house, so it's freestanding. And then we've really pulled the addition down as much as possible. When you have 11-foot ceilings on the first floor, there's going to be some height that you're going to get out of it already. And so we've also pulled that hyphen in so that you can appreciate the infill porch and the history of that. And you can recognize that hyphen is minimally, as minimally as we can. The elevator location is where it should be in the design. And I think it's really important that those floors line up. When you've got somebody in a wheelchair, you don't want to have to take steps down, or you don't want to get into an elevator, but if you have to get up in the middle of the night. You know? And so we've introduced the flat roof onto the addition, which serves the purpose of also housing all of the mechanical units, which right now are on the ground and not below flood. I mean, they're all below flood, so they would have to be elevated because we are in an AE zone here. And I don't think anyone would want to see a bunch of mechanical units scattered around the property because there's probably going to be 6 of them. As far as the ADU, or what I like to call the carriage house, because the carriage house is kind of an iconic structure that this house originally had, but it was now on another property. So we're kind of reintroducing that because the building is going to have to be, the first floor is going to have to be elevated quite a bit already just because of flood. And so we thought that's just a good place to hide some cars. If we didn't do that, people would be complaining that there's too much parking area and there'd be cars. So I think it's a good thing to be able to kind of tuck the cars under the house. There was a especially under the addition of the main house, where we have somebody who's going to be getting in and out of a car in a wheelchair, and there's another, accessibility issues to get unloaded and then get into an elevator and all of the complications that go with that. In the carriage house now, there was some concern about the porch being too wide. I think somebody said suburban. So we've reduced the width of that porch, and you can see in the plans. Frankie, do you mind taking us to the proposed floor plans, and you can see where we've reduced the footprint as requested. And then we created a double piazza, a two-story piazza, so that it's, I think it's really comfortable.
Sorry, so the
Aesthetically.
site plan, I can't see very well on the screen.
So, I think the point is that we're reducing the number of units that are allowable. It's a single family that's gonna be living here, and it's kind of a family compound. I know there's some concern about being in bed and breakfast or short-term rentals of some sort. I don't know, this is not the board to talk about that, but that's not the intention. It's a family that's gonna be living here. If there was a rental, it would be a long-term, and I don't even think that that's gonna happen in this generation, but because the people who are living here want to live here with their family. So I think that the fact that we haven't pulled the addition all the way in is probably something that you're going to discuss here. But I'm just like to make the point of the livability of the house is not a museum, and it is real people live here, and there's, they're going to be spending a lot of time here, and I think it's important, especially when you've got someone who is disabled, to be able to get around. And I think that it's not too much to ask. I don't think that the addition is an intrusion. I know that some of the neighbors are very unhappy with it, but I've never met a neighbor who is not happy with, is happy with an addition that's in a village yard. Charleston, everyone lives very close to each other, and I can understand that, but we're not interfering with anyone's light or air, and it's pulled back from the street. And if we block someone's view from their living room looking into this property, sometimes it happens. It's not intentional. So anyway, I think that those are the main points here. Again, we're 30%, 37% of the lot occupancy, where 50% is allowed. We're reducing this by a whole unit. Somebody else could have come in here, a developer could have come in here and had a field day with it. So I think that there should be some, we should be thankful that the Lintons are the stewards of this house, because they're doing an amazing job so far. And I think that's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Yeah, Neil, on the driveway side of the property, how much farther in is the addition on the main house from the edge of the historic house? You know how much that's?
Oh, the addition. So the infield porch steps in 9.5 inches, and then we step in 18 inches for the addition.
Okay.
But then there is like a bump out on the second floor, which comes out to basically line up with the infield porch.
Okay.
So, but it's only on that second and third floor, really.
Just, I'm just wondering if it would be better for that side to line up to borrow you room on the other side, or, yeah, it's. Like
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to just like get some more space inside without it cramping the main house.
And the staircase, is that, that's not a required egress, is it? It's just for convenience or?
Correct.
Yeah.
And it's actually the, you would not even be able to tell, but it was, Philip Simmons' shop made that stair, and so we were trying to preserve it somewhere.
Okay, so it's being reused.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Any more questions? Okay, let's see, I know there is some written public comment, Frankie.
Did you guys have a chance to read them, or do you want me to read through them?
I read them.
We can note that we had 3 statements that were opposed. Submitted. So if everyone's read them, I don't need to read them in the record.
Anybody here from the public who wishes to speak?
Thank you. Could you put a north or south elevation picture up?
Sir, 1 second if I know.
I'm Tom Steele. I live immediately to the south of Miss Litton. We're at 57 Smith Street. I'm pleased to see a lot of neighbors knew about this meeting and could come because the notice was posted on the front of the house with signs saying no, stop, keep out on either end of the sidewalk. It's part of the construction safety. So I'm pleased and surprised to see a lot of people here. I think there's no question that the historic house is being preserved with extraordinary care and attention to detail. I think the problem was and still is, despite some slight changes in the overall mass, is it is just optically seems like a huge intrusion upon a lot which now seems spacious and roomy and would feel very, I think, very crowded, despite the fact that it is only apparently taking up a smaller percent of the footprint than many of the other lots. I think the overall square footage would be at least doubling, if not tripling. But visually, it still looks, at least to me and some others, to be a very, very large, large addition. The additions, which have persistently been described as 2 stories, but in fact are 3, would sort of oversee the backyards of several of the neighbors, and as I say, would significantly change our view of what is now an open space. And the house looks to the north. So really, I think it's more a matter of optics as far as our objection. It does sound like the house is, as it stands now, is quite unsuitable for the uses of the family. It's unfortunate, but I guess that's the way it was when it was bought. I think given the different style and the mass, how it is, it does not really fit into the neighborhood as is. We would respectfully request that the board deny the applicant's request. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Pope. I live at 109 Bull Street. I think it's starting to move in the right direction, but it still needs further study of the massing, especially in comparison to how it encroaches onto the piazza and especially the rear structure. The windows and the placement, I think still, we could still use as we used the last time we were here. It still is looking suburban. And so ask that you defer this project. Thank you.
I don't need to go there. I have a question. What is the old garage? Those ground floor are garage?
On the rear building?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the addition, yeah,
Yeah, whole garage.
That's going to be, has a car, and then the rear building is also gonna house 2 cars. So fewer cars
Many
in the drive.
cars.
Yeah.
I found that it's disturbing, all this garage door, I mean.
Well, we are reducing
Thank-
it by 1.
Okay, we've got to stay in a meeting format here. This is not an open discussion, so
Sorry,
maybe you guys can have a conversation either out, or if you want to come up and give a formal
okay, what's the question?
request, we can do it that way. I'm sorry, ma'am, go right ahead.
My name is Fanny Panella. I live at 38 Montague Street. My backyard is adjacent to the yard of 59 Smith Street. I own and operate 3 businesses in historic properties in downtown Charleston. The reason I have chosen to live and work in downtown Charleston is because I am a lover of history and old architecture and admire what the city of Charleston has done in order to conserve the history and the culture of its city. There are some improvements in a new proposed plans of 59 Smith Street. However, the main concerns remain. The hyphen is still out of proportion compared to the main house and the dependency. The addition in of the house in the back, its scale, and the hyphen destroys the integrity of this historic home. Conceptually, we are still looking at something that is reminiscent of suburbia rather than the historic downtown of Charleston. Once again, I ask that you please defer this proposal.
Anyone else from the public who'd like to speak? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Chris Kellogg. I live at 105 B Bull Street. I came to the last meeting and I see that there's some progress to the comments, but no progress on the massing. Especially with regards to the parking. I think last time it was discussed that there was a car collection that was important to the owners. But it feels like it's not 2 stories, it's 3 stories, and part of that is a parking. You know, it's designed for parking, and that may be designed for, you know, the viability of a future business model with renting things out. That seems to be what's informing the need to have all the mass. Lot coverage being what it is, it's fine. It's about the massing. I think that's very much in the purview of Board of Architectural Review and the details. So I think the details and the massing are antithetical to how a great old Charleston house should work. There's like a sea of neighbors because they're all on this old land that centers with this house. Everybody's looking on it and is concerned not about losing a view, but receiving a new view that just would detract from what everybody loves about the neighborhood, these old houses, this great old house. And so I would ask that you defer and reconsider certain elements of the design. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to speak?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. Since the last BAR meeting, HCF has met with the applicant on site to review the work underway at 59 Smith Street. We'd like to say for the record that we are impressed with the applicant's careful treatment of the historic materials on the interior of the house and with their intent to preserve as many of the historic interior spaces and finishes as possible. We also acknowledge that the distance between the historic house and the dependency is greater than what is typically found, and therefore a traditional hyphen does not work well at this property. We understand that as a result of these conditions, the applicant is taking a different approach for a rear addition than we typically see at the BAR. Overall, we appreciate that the applicant has scaled down their proposal since the last BAR hearing. However, we continue to believe that the overall massing of the new construction crowds the historic buildings and needs to be reduced. At the main house, we appreciate that the applicant has reduced the massing at the rear addition and has shown the turning radius required for a wheelchair on the drawings. This said, we think there is still room for a reduction in the size of the rear addition. Primarily, we are concerned that the proposed rear addition crowds the historic dependency and more space should be provided between the structures. With the ADU, again, we appreciate the massing of the proposed ADU has been reduced since the last BAR meeting. However, we still believe that the proposed new ADU is also too close to the historic dependency and the footprint should be reduced. We suggest that the westernmost bay is removed so that the structure can be pushed toward the rear of the property line away from the dependency. We also believe that the footprint of the ADU should be further reduced so that it is not larger than the dependency. Although this project has improved and we applaud the good preservation work at the property, we recommend further reduction of the massing on the new construction.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society appreciates the homeowner reaching out and inviting us to a site visit recently, where we were very encouraged to see how incredibly intact this early 19th century property is. We commend the owner's efforts to carefully restore this unique historic interior, and we would like to see this thoughtful approach continue on the rest of the site. We remain fundamentally concerned that the amount of massing being proposed on the property will completely overwhelm the primary historic building and dependency. We are confident that the owner's desired program can be accomplished with a more sensitively scaled and architecturally compatible new construction. As proposed, the addition continues to engulf the footprint of the historic piazza and is overly busy with ganged windows and details that are suburban and out of context. This is especially problematic on the north elevation, which should be quieter. The garage and ADU structure is similarly suburban in character, crowds the dependency building, and is not properly subordinate. The board has continuously pushed the applicant towards significant restudy of the height, scale, mass, and architectural direction of this project, and these small incremental changes are insufficient. We ask the board to deny this project as proposed and provide clear direction on what moves need to be made for this design to relate sensitively to the significant historic property. Thank you.
Hi, Casey Birch, 15 Rutledge. We can all agree that the house at 59 Smith Street will need a significant expansion to facilitate the modern living standards without without drastically damaging the historical fabric that currently exists in the main house. The envisioned expansion epitomizes an intricate dance between preserving architectural heritage and adopting forward-thinking design principles. Neil, his astute architectural acumen, and Jonathan Poston's envisioned expertise in historic preservation is an initiative that emerges as a hallmark of innovating contemporary design with an historical framework, achieving a synthesis that's both reverent and progressive. Central to the design philosophy is an introduction of a hyphen plan. This strategic element is aimed at reinforcing historical spatial dynamics between the kitchen and the main building house. These are the essentials of his Charleston architecture. This plan, augmented by the revival of the carriage house, which reflects an homage to the architectural elements believed to embrace the original site, thereby reinstating 59 Smith Street's prominence as the preeminent property on the southern block. Over time, the southern house expanded beyond current zoning constraints, overshadowing 59 Smith Street in both mass and scale, a predicament mirrored by the surrounding infill properties that once constituted the expansive original lot of 59 Smith Street. The proposal adheres to the Charleston Board of Architectural Reviews guidelines, demonstrating an unwavering dedication to preserving the property's historical essence, the commitment that extends to the honoring of the significant modifications made in the 1960s by Herbert Costa, and the distinct craftsmanship of Philip Simmons. Ensuring these elements continues to tell a story of the property's evolution over time. Careful planning guarantees compliance with its existing zoning regulations without necessitating any variances, underscoring a respect to the Charleston's historic urban landscape. By limiting the lot coverage below the permissible threshold, currently at 37%, and it's well below the 50%, and maintains that respectful dialogue. This approach not only respects the architectural integrity of 59 Smith Street, but also sets a precedent for future additions, advocating for the balance that enhances the original property without overwhelming. By rigorously following the Charleston Forest guidelines, the expansion of the Captain Joseph Jenkins House stands as a beacon for modern interventions within historical contexts. It showcases how construction can be executed in a manner that enriches rather than diminishes historical and architectural value of Charleston's esteemed heritage. Project's not merely a fusion of old and new, it's more of a reverent nod to the past and the bold step towards the future, ensuring that the property remains a vibrant narrative thread that is Charleston's historic tapestry. Without foundation built on thoughtful planning, profound respect for historic preservation, and unwavering pursuit of historic innovation, this addition is posed to be a bridge to transition and modernity, reaffirming the 59 Smith Street standing as a landmark for historical significance. I hope that this project does move forward and at least the board provides some direction that is very clear so that they can find a way and don't feel like they are constantly coming back to this board over and over again. I understand, and I think everyone hears all the concerns of the neighborhood, but at some point there needs to be some type of middle ground. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak? Oh, okay, thank you. All right, we'll open it up for city staff comments and recommendation.
Okay, staff just had two conditions. The ADU has been reduced, but it should be distanced from the kitchen house, and the distance between the ADU and the kitchen needs to be noticeable. And the new addition should not be wider than the main body of the house. Staff recommend pulling the addition back from the edge of the house. Staff recommendation is deferral to meet previous board recommendations.
Thank you. Neil, would you like to respond to any of the public or staff comments?
Thank you. Frank, would you mind putting the north elevation up? I think that shows the hierarchy that we've been trying to achieve. It seems obvious that, I guess if I was a neighbor and I've been looking at this open yard forever, I'd probably be up here protesting too. But the reality is that a house like this needs an addition in order to be livable. I don't think anyone here would really want to live in the house as it is without your proper living conditions. So again, there's like this balance that we're trying to achieve. We've done what we can to reduce the height of the addition and the width of it. We've pulled it in 6 full feet from before. I know there's some people who probably won't be happy until it's less than the width of the body of the main house. But I would just make an argument that, again, the people who are living in this have to really live in it. And I don't think it's really destroying anything historical. And it's really not, it's rather, except for blocking someone's view whose window looks into this property. I don't think it's going to have an impact on many people, but it will have a huge impact on the people who are actually living here. As far as the parking cars into the house, I think that should be a big plus. I think if we didn't do that, people would be complaining about how many cars are in the driveway. So you can't make everybody happy. I don't understand the suburban comments, but this is not a typical house as well, as far as like the hyphen. You know, we do have this infill porch that we're trying to kind of preserve now that we're trying to show that, which becomes a wide hyphen, so it is a little bit different than, you know, than a straight clear hyphen that you would usually find, but I don't think that there's an issue. I think that it's trying to honor the history of the house. We're trying to do what we can to pull it down to make it less massive, but there's only so much you can do when you've got a tall house with tall floors that we are trying to marry up. So we've done as much as we can to keep it as low, but you can see we've also followed the hierarchy that everyone's always looking for as far as the stepping down as you go. We've gone through great lengths to do that with the carriage house in the back. Again, I don't see how that's suburban at all, but I think that you know, a carriage house image that we're trying to show I think is completely appropriate for this property. And it does step down. As far as pulling it back, it is sitting on the back property line. The house has a property line, and then the porch has another property line. There's a 25-foot setback, a setback, and the porch has a 15-foot setback. So we don't have any zoning issues, and we were trying to keep it that way. If we were to move the house further back, we would get into a zoning variance. Proving a hardship might be difficult, if not impossible. I don't think it's necessary. Anyway, I know that you know, it seems to me like a lot of this issue is just the massing of the addition. And I think that we've gone through great lengths to reduce that as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We'll move on into board discussion and a vote.
Ask Neil a question. If there were no garage underneath the addition, how far, what would your FEMA requirements bring you up to?
The design flood is about 4'3", I think, above the ground, something like that. All right. But we do have the ADA accessibility thing to deal with.
Right. I mean, I understand you're trying to match floors. And then I think that's it. I guess I'll start. When I look at this, it's not a lot coverage thing to me so much. But it's the crowding of the buildings is what I think the issue is more of. And then also the height of the addition to the main house. And I would hope that the garage underneath the addition is not driving the height of the addition. If there was some way to get rid of the garage, thus bringing down the addition and still getting floors to match up, maybe the ground floor,
I think you'd end up with like half stories.
yeah, I think Bill had mentioned the last time, is there a possibility of doing an elevator that opens to both sides at different levels? I hate it if the garage is driving the bus on this. And then the other thing is, like I said, the crowding of the buildings. And I know you don't want to go for a variance. Nobody wants to go for a variance because it opens up a whole other can of worms. But if that ADU could push back and it would require a variance, that would really give the old kitchen house some breathing room. I had kind of asked in the beginning about how far the addition to the main house is set in from the back plane of, or I don't I'll call it the driveway side of the main house. To me, if the addition were to be pulled back where it was in the same plane as the main house, that would partially solve the problem of the addition encroaching into the piazza. Another thing that bothers me is the staircase, the second floor staircase that comes down between the addition and the old kitchen house. That is essentially linking the two buildings visually. That staircase could be done without. I think that would also sort of give the buildings a little bit of breathing. I think there have been a lot of positive changes that have been made on this. The roof line of the addition, it's improved with the elimination of the parapet and the lowering of the projecting bays. The tops of those have also been lowered down. So I think the roof line composition is working better. Pulling the addition inward some on the south side, I guess is what I would call it, has helped. I understand programming constraints to bring it in completely in line with the main building. That doesn't provide a whole lot of floor space. I do think that if the hyphen between the addition and the main house could be dropped further so that you have a really noticeable difference, I think that would help with the massing of the main house and the addition combined. The ADU, I think narrowing the open terrace down to what it is now and introducing a porch, I think that's helped with the building mass of that one. And it's helped with the overall proportions of the ADU. I think the window proportions on the ADU could use some refinement, particularly on the south elevation. They seem kind of underscaled for me. Maybe sort of pick up on the proportions and sizes that are on the kitchen house might help. And also on the ADU, I'm not sure that you really need that mid-roof parapet. I think if that went away, it would be a cleaner look. So I'd like to hear what anybody else has to say.
I think my biggest concern is the space that, like you said, they're all just kind of squished together. And it's hard to tell how much space there actually is. But with it running east-west, you're not going to get much light in there. It's going to be dark and damp and mildewed. It's not going to be a very nice space between two buildings. It seems like they need more space, especially between the main house and the addition at the end of the piazza, between the addition and the dependency. And then, of course, where the carriage house is. Maybe the carriage house needs to be narrower. Maybe it needs to be smaller and it'd be better to go for a variance. You might get more support for that than what's there now. But those are my thoughts in terms of, I guess, conceptual height scale mass. In terms of preliminary thinking more about the architecture, I feel like it's just so busy. The elevations are very busy. And especially the roof at the carriage house, the AD at the end. There's a lot going on.
Okay. I think one comment that I would make that I think, you even said it, you saw it coming, is to, try to get an unobstructive opening at the end of the piazza. But to that effect, I would say I'm looking at your proposed first floor plan. And I'll be fairly literal of where I would consider potentially maybe something I believe I could entertain in light of your request for space. First of all, literally to your proposed first floor plan, at the back of the historic home, You have an entry, as that piazza returned. You have a corner there, it's engaging columns, actually building corner, engaging a column there. I'd like to see if you, and again, we're only talking a few inches here, could potentially pull that wall plane back. So I'm referring to, Frankie, if you want to pull up a floor plan, but Neil, you probably know what I'm talking about. I'm on 4.07.
Yeah.
Frankie, so, yeah, this particular engaged column right here, I'd like to see if you can free that column up, potentially pull this wall plane back here. And then if you go up to the next one, Frankie, the next page, should be the second floor. I'll throw this out. This is me, not the board. I would consider potentially letting you close that window and capture this space in line with that wall plane down below, which would then give you a decent amount of square footage, which might offset some of this pullback.
Yeah, squeezing it in.
Right. So that, I don't know if you want to call it a concession. That's something I would say now, you know, I appreciate the fact that you've made a lot of efforts on this house and you've kind of reached the points where you're finding the limits of your program. So I would say for me personally, I could say I would consider that as a potential concession that could be viable, help you get the square footage and offset the issue of the open piazza. So, and then as far as the rest of the addition on the house, you know, I do hear a lot of the comments about the detailing and how that's done. I think that is definitely something that would and probably will be going through some refinement. I appreciate your interest in having a contemporary nature to this addition, and I don't want to dissuade those thoughts. I do believe that how you address the fenestration is going to be important. You can make a contemporary statement, maybe more towards the inboard portions of the property, but as we all know, most historic properties are developed with north sides or whatever sort of continuations of maybe a little less fenestration activity. Just a little bit cleaner, a little bit simpler over there. Something to that effect might work. And also the well, I guess it's being coined the ADU in the back. I do agree with some of the comments that have been made. Potentially maybe either narrowing that down. I appreciate that you don't want to go for a variance because that's another whole process that's very involved, but I do think it's very important, as I believe both Laura and Bill had stated, that there needs to be more air between these buildings. It's just, they are very compressed together. And if there's a way that those can be, you know, again, further either separated. And again, I appreciate you've made a conscious choice to take a direction here of not engaging the existing kitchen house, as it's called. It's almost to the point of the width of a staircase where it's like either go ahead and engage it or pull it further away. So it's kind of in that middle ground right now. So I'll throw that out as far as that particular area goes. Now, the one in behind that to the ADU, I think more openness and air would be a very positive thing. And it might mean simplifying the form of that building. I appreciate it. It appears what you've tried to do is in the appearance of the progressions of the roof lines, you tried to orient that roof line back from the street as it would appear in a progression. But I'll say another potential concession I could consider would be maybe the ADU just has a completely 90-degree axial roof line relationship. If you could thin it up, pull it off of the building and, you know, consolidate it more, I think that could be accomplished. It's not to say that's a total anomaly. There are historic properties where there are buildings in the back that do orient basically 90 degrees to a progression of historic structures along the other side. So that does happen. And one more sort of quick thing, just to note, I think you might be in the overall detailing, being able to simplify and consolidate some of these elements. And, you know, I hate to dissuade any, creative thoughts you have to, an expression of contemporary or whatever. I don't want to dissuade that, but I think some simplification, mainly concerning fenestration. One thing that's sort of pulling me off right now is, I know where you got it. You've repeated an arch form that's on the primary house or under the piazzas, and that repetitive theme seems to be running through, but I think it's actually kind of busying up some of the compositions that you're doing, especially with the ADU. Maybe simpler, cleaner lines will also visually simplify the form as well. So that would be the other thing I would encourage. So pretty straightforward laundry list as far as I'm concerned. If again, you could accomplish daylight at the end of the piazza, and again, I don't know you guys' opinion on that potential concession of capturing that space
I think that's a good suggestion.
on the upper level. I believe that would be a fair concession that I would definitely consider. And then again, figuring out what to do with the void between the kitchen house and this height or this addition. Be it go ahead and engage the kitchen house or pull it away further. And then again, simplification of the ADU form, narrowing and getting it off of the back of the kitchen house. If you could accomplish these things, I think we're probably going to be more talking about, what does that window look like, or, more than we are massing in forms. So.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. I would, for the ADU, I would take advantage of that extra space you've got between it and the south side setback. You just fill that out so it can become more slender and as I've sort of thought about this, I really don't, the kitchen house is a very simple building.
Mhm.
And the ADU should not outshine the kitchen house. It should be no more complex than the kitchen house is. Keep it a simple, clean form.
Still expression, but just cleaner expression. And I'm hoping those comments will at least give you, I know you wanted more.
Yeah, thank you. That was
Direct
very-
comments. I know one of the members of the gallery, gentleman made the comment too. Yeah, that's really all I have to add to it. Okay, have we moved towards consideration of a motion?
I think we need to get into an overly complicated motion because I'll take a stab at it. But to keep it general, I would say a deferral with the goal to provide breathing room is the right term between the three separate structures. I'm just going to leave that general. That is just sort of a general comment, and then to simplify the accessory dwelling unit at the back in its form and its width. I don't think we need to get into the specifics about, lowering this or raising this, or I think just a simple general direction. I think Neil's kind of heard all the inputs. So, yeah.
Do you want to make a direct point about it's been said repeatedly, do you want to re-emphasize the openness at the end of the piazza?
Yes. To further open, I like your suggestion about disengaging, disengagement of the rear column of the piazza. by further pulling the um, addition wall.
And would that be just that wall, or I guess the secondary comment I made was to still pull back the addition proper
Yes.
to free up. Right, is that what you're?
Well, that's what I'm trying to.
Okay,
get at.
right.
We're talking about, look right here. Right here, right?
That's good, exactly.
Yes.
How that's done, you know, it's kind of up. I still feel like the whole thing could shift towards the, shift down the page a little bit.
It'd be a combination of a lot of
Yeah.
things.
Could be a combination of a lot.
Okay, great. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for deferral, with, comments to provide breathing room between all structures, to simplify the ADU in form and width, and to pull back the wall plane of the addition to the historic structure, to open the visual end of the piazza. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, we'll call the vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Laura?
Nay in favor.
Chair votes. Majority. Motion passes. Thank you. Thanks.
Taking down all the discussion, right? You've got notes about discussion that goes into the minutes, right?
Plus, we're on,
Just so that.
we're on YouTube.
Bullet point notes, bullet
Yeah,
point
okay,
notes,
so
yeah.
I've kind of seen that. I'm just thinking about others who aren't here.
Yeah.
And might be here and I might not
Yeah.
next time.
Yes.
Plus, these are all on YouTube.
Okay.
So
Anybody go
They're
back
gonna be
and
a
watch all
YouTube,
of
they're
it?
gonna be a YouTube in the morning. So I'll just let you know. Okay.
Right now.
Okay, guys, I'll tell you what, can we take a short break if that's all right with y'all?
Thank you.
You wanna do what? 10 minutes? 10 minutes, guys. Thank you.
Yes.
This one's deferred. Jump in place.
Yes.
All right, guys, we'll go ahead and get started back up. Appreciate y'all's patience. Okay, item 10 has been deferred, so we're gonna move on to item 11, which is number 10 Perkins Street. And please note Bill Turner is recused.
Okay, 10 Percy Street is a category 4 in Hanover, Elliott Borough, circa 1852. The Old City District requesting conceptual approval for alterations to east facade, fenestration alterations, and new rear addition. This is the property's location on Percy Street. Some existing site photos. Context of Percy Street. And images from the architecture inventory. And some sandboard maps. It will not freeze on me. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Mike Fisher. I'm a local architect. This is Trevor Castleberry. He's the construction project manager for this project. And what we're proposing to do is to add an addition to 10 Percy Street. The front elevations and the sides, we're going to leave as is. We're going to preserve those. And on the rear is where we're proposing a new addition. And if you look back at the Sanborn maps, there was at one point in the late 1800s a separate kitchen building. Then in I think the 1890s, it was attached to the building with an addition. And then in the 1970s, that addition was torn down. So what we're proposing to do is to add our addition back in that area, but we are proposing to go wider than what the addition was in the 1890s. And we're gonna match all of our existing materials, siding, roofing, windows, and all that. And I'm just gonna leave my presentation at that. And happy to take any questions.
Or any questions? Yeah.
All right, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on. I didn't see any written public comment.
There was no
There
written
wasn't
comment.
any. Okay, anybody wish to speak from the public?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC feels that the size of the proposed addition is reasonable. However, the roof form should be distinct as a new addition rather than extending the historic roof line. We appreciate the applicant's openness to the suggestion. Thank you.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, we have the same comments as the Preservation Society.
Anybody else wish to speak? Okay, thank you. City staff's comments and recommendation.
Staff just recommended resetting the roof line of the addition. We suggest tucking the addition's roof under the eave of the existing structure. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval. Conceptual approval with staff condition and final review by staff of permit drawings.
Thank you. Would you like to address any comments made by the public or staff?
No, I think the roof form idea is a pretty good one.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on over to board discussion and vote.
I would agree with the preservation groups and staff as well, that the scale is appropriate and the form could be improved, maybe a hyphen or some sort of differentiation. Felt like that, and I don't know how I feel about whether that should come back for review or not. What do you guys?
I also wonder if there should be any more delineation between, where turns from the corner of the main house, the original house. It needs to be a little
More of an
bit more
inset.
inset.
It's like
Yes, do you want
an
to?
inch, right?
It's not much, yeah.
And the bi-level things, it's just awkward. I mean,
Yeah,
the scale of it
I feel like
is
it could be better.
good, but the house would be better served by something a little more thoughtful. And though I'll just secretly wish that they would also consider correcting some of the window light patterns and stuff, and preserving that or restoring that.
It would be nice if the extension of the roof rake overhangs did not extend past the house. I think that would
Sure.
be
Yeah.
accomplished
Yeah.
with Laura, with what you're saying, at least
Pulling it
definitely on the
in.
one side, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
What about, I think maybe it should be a deferral, because it's kind of visible and it's going to change substantially.
But maybe we'll follow this time.
Mhm. Okay.
It's fairly straightforward.
Okay.
Mhm. I'll defer to you on that.
I'll make a motion for deferral to restudy the form of the addition and to increase the reveal at the historic corners. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to, but okay, sure, let's do staff
It was a
condition number one,
suggestion.
let's do staff comments as well, staff condition.
Okay. All right, just one second. Okay, so we have a motion from Julia for deferral to restudy of and following this time. And she mentioned final review by staff. Motion for deferral to restudy the form of the addition, to increase the offset at the corner conditions and staff's condition number one, and final review by staff. We have a second.
A second.
Thank you, Laura.
Increase the
I'm sorry.
offset at the historic corners.
Increase offset at, okay, historic corner conditions. All right. Final review by staff. Okay, thank you, Laura. You seconded that little amendment there.
Yes.
Okay, call the vote. Laura,
Yay in favor?
Julia,
In favor.
chair votes majority. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate y'all's time.
Thanks. Bill back in here. Right, our next item will be 341 East Bay Street.
341 East Bay Street is in category 3 in Ansonboro, circa 1940 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for repairs and facade fenestration alterations. This is the property's location on East Bay Street. Existing site photo. Context of East Bay Street. Out of order, sorry. And sandboard map showing the history of the structure. And we will turn it over to the applicant.
All right. Thank you all. Simmons Young, here on behalf of Middleburg Communities CEO Chris Finley, who couldn't be here tonight, he's traveling with work on YouTube. So this is their office space. I'm not quite sure how this is category 3. It's CMU block, except for that first one wall. The wall that we're looking at has some brick in it. It is structural steel with open web steel joist and composite deck, and then the roof on top of that. So it doesn't quite compare to the other category 3 installments. And We go to the next, well, the front of the building there, actually, that's the best picture on the, sorry, on that part.
You there?
Yes, please.
Okay.
This has a David Boatwright mural, that's attached in panels to the building. I spoke with David and I'm working to, link him up with the owners. The mural was leased by a previous owner. David's interested in fixing it and selling it to current owners who also expressed that interest, so that's good. The next sheet. These are some photos from just around it. On the left-hand side, that's in the city parking lot that's right over there off Alexander Street, the sort of back of the building with the trees there. That wall is failing. You can see the bracing on it. So the scope includes pulling that off, and then the lower and replacing it. The lower right-hand side is the north side of the building. We repaired stucco in the gutters and repainted, and then the aluminum windows on the right, and then sort of colonial surround on that door, or things that we're planning to take away. The next slide. This is proposed with new metal clad wood windows recessed in the opening, instead of at the face of the stucco to give some depth to them, and Bahama shutters, and then sort of the rear view of that replaced wall to look at in a second here. The next one. The site plan is sort of on the upper right here, just so it's give you some context of where we are. It is zone limited business since FEMA 8011 level 2 operation. We think because of the structural nature of things, we're going to come in below 50% the appraised value. The next one, A101. This is the existing floor plan. It's just an open space with conference rooms, and some of the offices have windows on the south side. And next sheet, 102. That's the proposed. You can see these windows, which are going to show up in the next elevation, and adjustments to the door. So, next sheet, please, Frankie. Thanks. So we're making the existing windows taller, and some towards the front of the building. We're adding other ones right next to them to have this sort of more regular pattern or rhythm. And then the front door, it's actually recessed below the ground by about 1 foot, so we're bringing it up level with the parking lot. They've been having flooding issues, and then ramping down on the interior, and then adding a window to the far left, and raising the heights of them, and then awning over the main door, and Bahama shutters over the windows. The next elevation, front of the building, just basically doing stucco repairs, repainting, and repairing the mural. One of those panels came up on a recent storm. And then the back of the building, that wall is really seems to be on a slab that's not much of slab that's out on top of rubble. So that's all sort of sunk and the wall is taking out. So we've got an engineering report here that was done back in May. That wall will be pulled off and then replaced with a structural metal stud wall. And then reclad, we're proposing to reclad it with cement fiberboard 3/4 inch. And next slide. And then this is just the north side, replacement of the gutters in kind, and then repairing the stucco and repainting. And I think the next sheet is just some details, how all that comes together. And if you don't mind, Frankie, just going back to sheet A002, which is that perspective. So in summary, this is repair and repaint work with replacement of a failing wall and improvements to the south side. That is it. You're welcome to look at this report if you would like.
All right, any questions of the applicant?
The mural is like missing right now, but you
It's
know where
there.
it is covered.
It's, no, it's there.
I drove by the other day and it's blank.
Oh, is it going on?
I was there. Was there. I drove by, I thought yesterday, I was there.
Okay.
Maybe.
But the intention is that it's gonna stay there.
Yeah, I heard, oh, David, maybe.
Yeah, that's cool. And I guess I'll ask you now, if you could just flip back to that detail, I think it was 301 of the Bahama shutters.
Yes.
Have you explored, I realize that you're anchoring back on the sides and that the shutters are wider than the openings, but would you consider just studying if there's a way to get this shutter like into the window opening, which would be more traditional? It's not, it's wrong with me that it's out on the face of the.
It's out on the face.
Yeah, yeah. Is it anything you thought about or something you think you can't do or?
We studied more what to do here. I think we looked at awnings and then full height Bahama shutters, but we never looked at pulling it inboard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Simmons. Okay, I didn't see any written public comment. Does anybody here wish to speak from the public? No? Thank you. All right, Frankie, city staff comments?
Staff appreciate the positive changes to the fenestration, and we're recommending conceptual approval with final review by staff of permit drawings.
Thank you. Simmons, any rebuttal to that?
No, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll move on to board discussion and a vote. Good.
Yeah, I think it looks good.
Yeah.
If there were a way to pull those shutters in, that'd be awesome, but it's just gravy. I think it looks great. So I'll make a motion for, honestly, I think it should just be final with people. I don't think anybody needs to worry about this anymore. Do you?
Great.
Final with people.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for final approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Laura. Call the vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Laura?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
Yeah, in favor.
And chair votes with majority. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Moving on to 82 Wentworth Street.
82 Wentworth is a category 4 in Charleston Village, circa 1900 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for new rear addition. This is the location on Wentworth Street. Existing site photos. In context of Wentworth. A historic image of the building. And some sandboard. And we'll turn it over to the applicants.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Anderson, and I'm the architect with Habitable Form. Here represent my client's Basic Kitchen requesting conceptual approval of a rear addition to 82 Wentworth. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Here's the survey of the existing conditions. The site is in flood zone X, so an addition does not need to be elevated. Next slide. Existing photos. The current problem we see with the existing building is the HVAC units are highly visible, and the rear addition has little differentiation between the historic building other than a small step back. Next slide. The left two photos show a shared egress lane between Basic Kitchen and College of Charleston on the west side of the building. The right photo shows parking for College of Charleston at the rear of the building. Next slide. Context of across the street on Wentworth. Next slide. Next slide. The site lays out with a historic building pre-1884, don't exactly know the date, to the front, and an addition dating sometime after 1997 to the rear in blue, with outdoor seating at the very back of the site. Next slide. This is that architectural inventory photo that we saw earlier from 1974. 82 Wentworth is a category 4. And the color photos are from a period in the 1990s when the building fell into disrepair. And then luckily, shortly after, the building was restored and given a second life. Next slide. This was a request for a parking variance when the addition was requested to be built and outdoor seating to be added. And I'm assuming this was approved. I only saw the request for the variance. Next slide. This is the Sanborn maps. We're seeing not much of a change until the 2005 aerial, where we can see that rear addition was added. Next slide. So this is getting into the zoning. The top is an existing first floor plan with the proposed below. The addition is a less intensive use. So it was given the green light from Lee Batchelder that it will not need a parking variance. And in order to have 25% glazing on the east wall, we must have a setback of 5 feet on our rear addition from the property line, which also provides nice subordination to the existing building and enforces the concept of components on the site built over time and allows some area for vegetation and a bit of a buffer from the existing parking. Next slide. Next slide. So we were inspired by the Sanborn maps looking back to 1884, where we noticed many of the surrounding buildings having summer kitchens to the rear, outlined in blue in the Sanborn map. We wish to celebrate this process of food preparation by taking a modern interpretation of this concept. We are inspired by this historic practice where the food is prepped in one area, cooked in another, with an outdoor garden and separate indoor area for drying herbs and putting some of the tools of cooking on display. Next slide. This is some of those images of the tools and the cooking process put on display. And also, just one comment of brick was often used because of its fire resistance properties. Next slide. So historic summer kitchens required ventilation and control the sun as they work up a lot of heat. And this is some modern examples of how we may represent that, look back to how do we control ventilation, how do we control the sunlight. Next slide. Here's some inspiration photos of how we want to look at the modern addition with minimal, sleek brick detailing and modern aluminum clad windows to contrast the existing historic building. Next slide. Next slide. So here's a close-up of our proposed new elevation where we wish to first differentiate the hyphen form from the historic structure, that 1997 addition. Secondly, we want to follow the proportions from the historic structure, but with minimal detailing and void of any dormers, as we feel it contrasts and makes it more subservient to the existing building. And the roof line of the addition is a foot lower, also to be subservient to the existing building. And the hyphen is taking on the language of that summer kitchen with the shutters and allowing ventilation and control through the windows. And the height of the shutters extending up taller than the existing parapet allows for some screening to those HVAC units that we wanted to cover. Next slide. And so this is diving deeper into our material palette. We liked the idea of a monochromatic color scheme to create cohesion across the site, but with this linear texture differentiating across the different components, with the historic building with the lap siding, then the hyphen with shutters, and the addition with a painted brick. Next slide. The brick relief around the windows of the addition is a contrast to the trim around the windows of the historic structure, with traditional details on the historic building and the reverse on the proposed rear addition with clean modern detailing and a window relief to this similar scale of the historic building's trim. Next slide. Next slide. So this is in a rendering of a view that you would see from the street. Next slide. and a rendering of what you would see from the parking lot view. Next slide. And then a close-up of that parking lot view. Next slide. Now, coming into the working drawings, looking at the existing east elevation to the top and the proposed east elevation at the bottom. Next slide. And so this is existing versus proposed west elevations where we expect to keep it all the same. That's in that alley between College of Charleston and our building. Next slide. North elevations on the left of the view and south elevations to the right of the view, in which there are no changes to that south elevation. Next slide. So sections through the building to show the floor to floor heights, as well as our plan to screen the HVAC units. Next slide. And lastly, the plans were on the first floor. The kitchen is to remain in the same area with a private dining room in the addition. And you see that 5-foot step back for the addition to allow the 25% glazing. Next slide. And then on the second floor, we have a prep area and a rooftop herb garden that is only accessible to kitchen staff, not to patrons. Next slide. And then within the roof of the proposed addition, we have storage and a bit of staff changing area. Next slide. And this is the roof plan showing that the existing and proposed are at the same slope, and the proposed has that lower roof line. And so this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to hear your questions. You can show the last slide of the rendering too. Leave it at that. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see any written public comments. So is there anybody here from the public who wishes to speak?
Yeah.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant and owners meeting with us to discuss this project and taking our feedback into consideration. This proposal is starting in a strong place, and as it moves forward, we encourage continued study to ensure the addition is appropriately subordinate to the historic structure. This could include exploring options to reduce the overall height, the scale of the first floor windows, and the footprint that extends outward on the west side. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Okay. Frankie, city staff comments, recommendation?
Staff felt that the proposed addition was subordinate and complementary to the existing structure, and we were recommending a conceptual approval with final review by staff.
Thank you. The applicant would like to respond to any comments made by public or city staff.
Friendly comment was we did take the comments from the Preservation Society into account in lowering the roof line to be subordinate to the existing. And the reason why the west facade does stick out a bit from alignment with the historic building is because it is abutting the wall to the College of Charleston. It's at a 0 lot line. And so that's why, and we're kind of making up for the 5 feet that we have to step back to the east because we're trying to get 25% glazing there.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on into board discussion and a vote.
One quick question. For Chelsea, right?
Yeah.
Are you saying that at the west side, your new gable extends right into a building on that side? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's at a 0 lot line to the west side.
Okay. And is the adjacent building is shorter?
It's much
taller?
taller. Yeah,
Taller?
much
So
taller.
I'm just wondering where the water goes, but.
Yeah, sure, gutters, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Otherwise, I think it's a really thoughtful conceptual proposal myself. And
It's a beautiful presentation.
yeah.
Kind of threw me for a memory lane because when I was a younger intern, I worked on Andolini's. When I was in there and I remember getting compensated eating a lot of calzone and pizza. So, yeah, it's good to see something happening with the old building. So I think it's a good solution. So
I really enjoyed your laying out your concept. That was well done.
Is it just me, or I think those kitchens were used all the time, right? They were just.
Yeah,
like
they
kitchens,
were,
right?
yeah.
But I like the romantic notion of summer kitchen.
Yeah. So do we.
So, yeah, I think that the detailing will be critical to make it as cool as it seems like it's going to be.
It could come down just a smidge. Only because I'm looking at the north elevation and I would love the two gables to line, but you're never gonna see that.
And I don't really have an issue with it moving over to the west side of the property because you're kind of looking down an alleyway there with that very tall Charleston, college Charleston building next door.
Yeah.
I know that's counter to what we usually like to see, but it is kind of down a narrow alley there.
I suppose there will be some sort of minor gable on that west side to handle the water.
that crisp white building gonna stay crisp and white over there.
That's wood too. I don't think wood. What, the ceiling height on the second floor, is that something that could? Potentially, no, you can talk.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
We did reduce the ceiling height as much as possible. If we could go to that section view, it's on, let's see which page. 30. Oh, this one, yes. I don't know if you're able to zoom in, but I have little dashed lines within that gable form to show the head height. And it's only about 6 feet wide that you actually get a 6'8" head height. So it's very narrow space that you're even able to walk down. It's like basically a hallway. And we were just thinking that it would give enough space for the staff to be able to change, to have like lockers in that slope of the roof and that they could walk down the center.
Thank you.
Would it be possible to pull down the two floor, like the ceiling height at the first floor and then?
Yeah.
That's what I was looking at. Maybe.
Yeah.
You mean your windows aren't aligned anymore, but they could just maybe scale a little bit.
Yeah, that's the issue. We were really trying to keep the proportions similar to the existing and keep that line the same. So the windows are at the very top of the bottom of the floor level of the second floor. And really, we wanted to keep that grand feeling of the first floor of the existing historic structure that is continuous as we could. You know, we did come down some, but we wanted to be similar to that. So you're not feeling like you're going into a dramatically low height space for the patrons. We wanted to feel like a consistency amongst the two. And then the second floor is pretty minimal height. I mean, it's like 9 feet for the kitchen. Or is it 10?
9, 11 and.
Oh, no, okay, close, 9 something, I knew. Yeah, and then, like I said, keeping minimum height up in that attic space.
It's 9'1".
Yeah, that's why I thought it was 9 feet. Yeah, 9'1".
Okay.
Yeah, so 9-foot ceilings there.
Thank
So it's pretty
you.
minimal, for the ceiling heights in the kitchen.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
You know, in terms of that concept of the kitchen house, they are, without exception, smaller than their parent houses, if you will, but I don't know, in this case, I don't know how strongly I feel about that. What do you guys think? About bringing it
And
down.
a little commercial stuff too.
It's not a real kitchen house, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Well, okay, how about turning, just taking staff?
I think staff.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's headed in a strong direction.
Okay. I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with final review by staff, right? Was there anything? That's it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review by staff. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill. All. Bill,
Yay in favor.
Laura,
Yay, in favor.
Joey,
In favor.
and chair votes in favor, the majority, motion passes 4-0. Okay. Let's see, Joey, I believe you're recused now. The next item is 141 Eubank Street. Okay. Building.
Oh, got it.
I have to sign it. Bill Lindsay's presence.
You want one for each?
Aaron Show.
Okay. Aaron, we're ready for you. Oh, she has to introduce the project. That's right, sorry. I was just ready for you to present.
All right, 141 Bufane Street is a category 4 in Charleston Village, circa 1910 to 1930 in the Old Historic District. They're requesting conceptual approval to elevate historic residence above FEMA requirements and extension of 1-story porch. This is the property's location on Bufane. Existing site photos. Context of Bufane. Architecture inventory photos. And some more. Yeah, there. Authorizing amount, hang on.
Good evening, board members. Erin Lanier with Julian Morton Architects here tonight to request conceptual approval to elevate the historic residence at 141 Bufane Street. Next slide. As you can see, this is a 1-story cottage that was constructed around 1900 on what was once a larger waterfront property. It's expanded to the rear over time, first with the infill of a small porch, and later with an addition that spans the full width of the back of the house. There's also a non-historic shed and pergola in the rear yard that we are requesting to move. You can see there in the bottom right-hand photos. Next slide. The immediate context for this house is primarily newer construction of 2 stories over raised basement, but there are several similarly sized historic residences to the east, one of which is also going through the design process to elevate currently. Next slide. So here are some historic images in a Sanborn map that just sort of illustrates the evolution of the building and the lot. It was subdivided at some point in the last 20 years or so, and of course, a lot of land has been added there to the west. Next slide. The house, of course, does not follow the typical single house typology and has minimal space between the front facade and the property line. So we study local and regional precedents to inform how to incorporate the additional height, new stair, and treatment of the porch foundation in a historically minded way. These images illustrate the rotated stair, open space under the porch, and ground floor fenestration that you'll see in our elevations. We're also requesting to mitigate the exceptionally short historic railings that will now be much higher off the ground by adding a slender secondary horizontal rail above that will be painted to disappear, in keeping with the preservation brief 45 regarding historic porches. And you can see an example of that there at the bottom right. Next slide. Here is a survey of our property, and it's kind of hard to see here, but main thing I point out is that the majority of what appears to be the front yard when you are looking at those street view photos is in fact not part of this property at all, but rather a sidewalk easement that's part of the public right of way. And we're also, exceptionally narrow in terms of setbacks on either side of the building. Next slide. This is an existing and proposed site plan
On the left, you'll see the elements being removed, highlighted in orange, and on the right, the proposed additions to the footprint are shown in blue. Those include the new stair at the front and a new covered porch and stair at the rear, where there are several existing doors. The new stairs at the front do not extend any closer to the street than the existing steps do, but there's still only about 21 inches between the stair and that actual front property line. Here, if you go to the next slide, this is the existing and proposed floor plan. You can see the new stair and rear porch. Both of those would be traditional wood elements on masonry piers. Next slide.
Sorry.
This is a proposed foundation plan, and given the investment our clients are making to elevate and preserve this house, which is not insignificant considering the relatively modest amount of living space, we are requesting a few extra inches to provide 7 feet clear beneath the house. And that would allow them to utilize the raised basement and to park a single car actually on their property. Just one car. I don't think they have any vintage car collection that I'm aware of. Next slide. So here is the front elevation with the new wood entry stair on brick piers and a subtly differentiated railing. The porch is open underneath, and then at the foundation wall beyond, we're proposing a traditional stucco finish on block punctuated by a pedestrian door and a pair of louvered panels, with one side being able to provide access for a car. While we generally would not want to locate anything like a garage door where it could be seen, in this case, that is not possible. And so we're proposing a louvered door that incorporates traditional detailing and disguises its function by matching the other louvered openings at the foundation. In terms of the additional height, we're asking for 8 inches to simply achieve 7 feet clear. That reads as 12 inches here on the front facade, but in fact, the finished floor steps down 4 inches over the length of the building. So the difference between where the finished floor at the rear must be to meet the three-board requirement and what we're asking for is 8 inches. We feel like this is reasonable in part because of the context with so many taller buildings in the immediate vicinity, and because even with the extra height, we are still below what would be required in new construction, or even what would have been required for this house had we elevated it 3 years ago when we initially designed this project. Next. This is the existing and proposed west elevation with the new porch at the rear. We've streamlined the foundation detailing while still allowing the evolution of the building to read, and that includes the use of louvered panels to break up the long expansive wall and provide secondary ventilation. If you go to the next slide. At the rear, we're making some upgrades to the existing non-historic fenestration and then introducing the covered porch with columns and railings that are simplified and differentiated from the front. Next slide. I'll end with our east elevation, which is the more visible of the 2 sides. And here we're adding shutters to match the existing on the front facade, continuing the chimney down to grade with a subtle demarcation of the original height. And we're also proposing 2 windows at the foundation level in keeping with historic precedents and to bring some natural light into that utility space under the house. And that's all I have, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions of the applicant? Aaron? Okay, is there any written public?
Here is 2.
There are 2. And, did you guys get a chance to read the written public comments? You got a good chance to read those? Yeah. How do we summarize? We just acknowledge we read them.
Yeah, we can just acknowledge that they were read, and both of them basically request a deferral for restudy regarding raising in the height.
Okay, is there anyone here from the public who wish to speak? Hello, almost didn't see you back there.
One of those letters is actually from me,
Okay.
and it's in regards to both projects, so I'll kind of just, it's the same reasoning behind both of them. I know it's late and we'll try to save some time. We'll just get it all in one swoop. I'm Gary Kirkland. I reside at 126 Bufane. I also I reside at 123. My mother resides at 126, which is also owned by us. Her house is one of the smaller ones that's right across the street. It's a one-story brick bungalow. As the letter states, I'm requesting that both these projects be deferred. And since, just a short history, since 2017, this 4-block area in Charleston Village, we've had construction of the Jasper. We've had 6 new homes constructed. We've had 3 existing homes elevated, and most recently have a large project underway at the corner of Broad and Lockwood. Including the 2 that come before you tonight. There are a total of 4 homes in the area. They're in the process of either planning to come to you for approval or have already come and pulled off the agenda a few weeks ago. Surrounding properties in this area have really felt the impact of these past projects, particularly those that were raised high enough for parking to be underneath, because that required a pervious parking or paving underneath the properties. Flooding has increased with each completed project, and there's no plan in place to manage any of the flooding. Projects were all approved closely together, and the impact has been fast and furious and exponential in our area. Approval for these projects may fix the problem for one homeowner, but it also, that water has to go somewhere else. So it creates problems for the adjacent homeowners. In this particular case, 141 is there, and then we have 130, I guess that's 137 that is in the process of requesting, which leaves a house in between them as a small 1-story house. She's like, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I guess I'm just gonna sell my house because I can't afford to raise it. And so, that's sort of the resounding theme in the neighborhood. So I joined in Charleston Village Neighborhood Association requesting that you defer these projects until the city's done its due diligence to assure the surrounding neighbors that there'll be no additional impact of flooding in the area with any new projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Frankie, city staff comments, recommendation.
Aaron already addressed our first statement, which was clarifying the height. We were confused about the numbers. Just a couple staff observations. The proposal is raising the structure above FEMA requirements, and the structure is proposed to be raised more than required by FEMA and more than BAR policy allows. Elevation to be kept at minimum required to mitigate disruption to the streetscape. Per BAR elevation guidelines, garage doors on front elevations are prohibited. Though were the board to approve the front facing garage doors, staff does appreciate the detailing. Staff condition for approval is lower structure to FEMA requirements, and staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff condition and final review by staff of permit drawing.
Thank you, Frankie. Aaron, do you have any reply to public order?
Sure. I'll start with a couple of things. One is both of these projects had to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And at that time, we talked to both the adjacent neighbors and nobody was opposed and nobody spoke out at the BZA's hearings. In terms of the height, obviously we're at a situation here where we are required to lift it to, it's like 6'2", 6'3". It's right there at the point where you're talking about a whole space that you're either walking around ducking your head or it can be utilized. And this is a significant investment these people are making to a 1-story house that's not even like 2,000 square feet, while surrounded by a context of new homes that are multiple stories and also park under. So respectfully, we don't feel like this is detrimental to the streetscape. But it would make a big difference to our clients to be able to have a spot that they can put a car, not even that they're concerned about it being covered per se, but the majority of the front of their house is not their property. It could be modified at some point in the future by the city. So obviously we never like to see garage doors on the front of the house either. There's no way to go around this house. So we have tried our best to disguise it as much as possible, and try to prevent that from being something that you notice when you go in this house. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, move on over to board discussion and vote.
What's your head height in there now underneath where the car
The
is? What,
goal with what we're asking for is to have 7 foot.
7 foot? Okay. Yeah, this is one to struggle with, you know, we've been pretty strict about sticking to not building above BFE. I mean, I'm sympathetic that there's no parking on the site now. This would give them parking. But, you know, is this precedent setting?
Well, could we say if you go up 4 inches more than required, you're at 6'8", which is a standard door height as an in between.
Yeah.
In terms of just height, I have some other thoughts too. But then you're still above.
Yeah. I guess. You drive a Range Rover with a rack on it, it ain't gonna get in there, but if you drive
You need a
a,
mini.
yeah, if you drive a Mini, you're good to go. You can drive under there at 6 feet. Yeah, it's, I think the bigger question, Bill, is what you said, you know, it's what requirement is. I definitely hear the point. It's one of those deals when you're within inches of, you know, being able to make something work. But, you know, it's a compromise you're proposing, Lauren, and I can definitely see the merits of that. Because I mean, I don't know what kind of car anybody drives around, but make something at least viable.
I think what could be a bigger issue as in the letters is the concern about flooding.
Yeah.
And I certainly understand you're adding all of these solid walls around the perimeter of the foundation where previously there were piers and lattice work. The flood vents are only gonna do so much when they're a foot high, but maybe it's not, I mean, it's what's required.
Yeah.
But we, as a board, we are not allowed to address flooding.
Okay.
Yeah. We're an architectural
That's supposed
review
to be.
board.
What is that? That happens at zoning?
That happens to the TRC process. Well, this wouldn't go to TRC. Yeah.
So is there
Engineering.
is there a place to address that though?
Engineering.
From a client?
Engineering.
Yeah.
Yes, you know, the premise of the flood vents is it does allow the water to not compromise the structure under static pressure, which means it would eventually equalize the flood issue if there, you know, be that what it is. And yeah, I mean, it's, I can appreciate the concern of the neighborhood over there. I mean, it's just a domino effect. But again, is it an issue for our board? I mean, it's a flooding and.
Speaking as staff, part of the problem is we are required to let them raise it a certain height. Really, our issue is a matter of what is that height? And then how is that detailed? How is that height visually mitigated?
Sure. Sure.
But as a regulatory agency, we're required to let them raise to that height if they raise it.
Even saving their house.
Yeah.
Can I just mention it is our intention that the underside of the house where paved is pervious, which we have done on other elevation projects before successfully. I'm just saying. We have done it.
I agree.
Appreciate that. So, Aaron, one more time with the number, how much higher are you in inches than you?
We are
Could be.
asking to go 8 inches higher
8 inches?
than the lowest part of the finished floor. If that makes sense. So the house is, there's a 4-inch difference between the front of the house and the back of the house.
Okay.
So the difference between where the back of the house, which is the lower part, has to be meeting the freeboard requirement versus what we're asking for is 8 inches.
Is 8 inches.
Where do the current owners park now? There's not really much
They're-
street parking.
They're parking in the easement. So, that whole area is paved, they're parking in it, but in the future, the city could decide to do something there. And so we're trying to take advantage of this opportunity when we're making these significant modifications to their home to potentially find a solution.
And I will also add, as an internal to the city discussion, our floodplain people are actually pushing for us to allow them to go higher than the requirement.
Sure.
So it's an ongoing debate within the city.
And I guess maybe one other point, because I know that there's been a lot going on over there, and I think actually this lady even stated that a lot of things have been happening over there. I think some of those probably happened back with the old flood map, right? So there's some things that are higher, probably higher than current, but would require anyway.
Yeah, oh, certainly, everything that's built around at this point is higher than what it would need to be now.
Yeah.
We started this project 3 years ago, and at the time, Mr. Rivers, who lives to the east, had a lot of concerns, and so the clients pulled back. And in pulling back, we've now waited to the point where the number has changed. We would have done this, 3 years ago, we would have been able to achieve what we're asking today.
You probably would have asked for a little more. I don't know where the flood map, how
Well,
much
no,
it changed.
I'm saying like with what would have been required, we would have been able to achieve the 7 feet that we're asking. We wouldn't have had to ask for anything.
Okay, right, I didn't know if potentially sometimes these flood zones have lowered down 2 feet or whatever.
Ours is lower down 1.
It's 1 foot, okay, that's good information, thank you. So yeah, if something was done maybe 3 years ago, it's probably gonna be a foot higher.
4 inches higher
Yeah.
than what they're asking.
Yeah. I would say to Frankie's comment about front facing garage doors, to the fact that in this application, the garaging is proposed to be back to the rear of the piazza, the garage doors and everything, which does help out a lot. So I believe that was probably the genesis of the comment about, if.
All of our comments are sort of standard comments for when you're raising. But yeah, that is what kind of led to that. If we're being right, if you were to approve, we do appreciate the proposal.
Yeah. Okay.
And as far as it not looking like a garage door, it does not look like a garage door. It looks like underpinning.
Yeah.
Which is very, it's well executed.
Yeah.
Nicely detailed.
And even by nature of the fact that sounds like the proposed ceiling inside is probably right at the top of the doors. Those are basically going to be hinged doors.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
What are you driveway materials? Have you guys thought about that or?
We haven't gotten into that, to be honest with you.
I think the one reality we have here is if, this was elevated, which obviously they have a right to do, and it was elevated only to GFE. Any potential issues of flooding and everything, they're still there. It's the exact same thing. I think the only thing we're dealing with is the aesthetic of a few more inches in height.
Yeah.
That's really what we're dealing with.
We are, I mean,
And, to that end, I don't really have a major issue with that part of it. I love the little house. I think it's a beautiful little house, and the only thing I'm a little bit torn on, and I don't know whether I might just be overthinking this, is the just sort of plainness of this proposed foundation worthy of the little house and the detailing of the house, or should there be maybe some reveals or something interjected to
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and I've said this before on some other ones. I truly believe this one is one that could benefit from an all brick foundation. It's because the little house is so highly stylized.
That's right.
It needs something other than just a plain base to sit on.
Yeah.
Some I think going with brick and then introducing some brick detailing, would be the way to go.
That would be really the only comment I would add to it. So it's really, I definitely appreciate the issue, the ongoing flooding issue of the area. But I guess what I'm concluding in my mind is, even if this home were just raised to DFE, that issue would still be there. It's not going to change that point. I appreciate what the applicant stated about their measures to actually create, a more permeable situation even under the house. So, maybe adding a few more flood vents or doing a few other things like that, like maybe an additional mitigating issue. And it sounds like potentially the applicant would be willing to talk with their client about that. So anyway, you guys work towards a motion in mind, or?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. Asking for conceptual, right? I would say make a motion for a conceptual approval with the addition that more detail be given to the base, the foundation level of the building. And I think this is one we can do final review by staff.
And just to confirm, you're okay with the extra 8 inches?
I think so, in this case.
Okay, so we have a motion for conceptual approval with the board condition to add more detailing to the base level of the building and final review by staff. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, Bill?
Yay in favor.
Laura?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes with the rest. Passes 3-0. Thank you. One more.
22A Gadsden Street is a category 3 in Charleston Village, circa 1880 in the Old Historic District. Requesting conceptual approval to elevate historic residence above FEMA requirement and extension of 1 story. This property's location on Gadsden Street. Existing site photos. Context of Gadsden. Architecture inventory photo. And some sandboard maps.
And when you're including with architects, the second project is similar to the one we just reviewed. It's a few blocks north on Gadsden. This is a historic single house one of three sisters that has been subjected to repeated flooding. And so tonight we're requesting to elevate the structure and add a rear porch. So this parcel has had sort of an interesting evolution, as you can see on the Sanborn maps. What was formerly this small court with three houses on each side was later subdivided, creating a more typical lot at the street with two landlocked parcels directly behind. So these photos show the house was not always as well cared for as it is now, but there have been a few alterations, including a one-story addition at the rear that was constructed in 1991, and you can see those plans there. Next slide. Here are some existing site photos for context. And I'll just note that the driveway you see to the right of the house, while on our property, also serves as the only access via an easement to the separate lots that are behind. And you can see that on the next slide here, which is the survey. Our clients currently own all three parcels, but they do not intend for that to always be the case. So as part of this project, we're again trying to accommodate some parking on lot A that doesn't rely on or inhibit access to the properties behind. Next slide. This is our existing and proposed site plan, and the concept is to introduce a proper piazza screen locating stairs to the first floor of the house within the piazza. And then at the rear, we would like to extend the non-historic addition to create a screen porch, which would also include a stair to the rear yard and a small elevator. Next slide. Here are the existing and proposed floor plans and foundation plan. And as you can see, we'd like to allow a car to pull under that new screen porch where it'd be minimally visible and provide covered access to the elevator. Next slide. At the second floor, you can see, given that it was constructed in 1991, we are just going to continue that standing seam hipped roof over the new porch. Next slide. So here is the existing and proposed front elevation with its new piazza screen and door surround, similar to the adjacent sister houses. At the foundation, which is a line-based smooth stucco over masonry, we're breaking up the height with traditional tongue and groove access panels. And if you go to the south elevation, we're proposing a fairly traditional treatment of solid foundation at the piazza stairs and louvered screening between piers that align with the columns beyond. The language of the existing addition will remain unchanged, but we would add 2 windows at the foundation level. And then you can see the screen porch extension to the right with the elevator enclosure to the rear. Because the view of this part of the house is so minimal and the depth of that extension is quite shallow, we're not proposing any sort of garage door at this point or in this plan. But we are asking for 7 inches in order to achieve 7 feet of clear height, the foundation. You go to the rear, you can see this new screen porch, that minimal elevator enclosure, and then the north elevation. We are planning for privacy panels, louvered privacy panels to in deference to the neighbors to the north. Again, we're consulted and are supportive of what we're proposing. That is all I have, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
You said you're going up, you're asking for 7 additional windows,
Yes.
and that's for the car?
That is, yes, for the same reasons as 141, to make that space below the house something that somebody can walk in, and because it would allow one to pull a car into that, not under the house, but just tuck under that screen porch.
And that gives you 7 feet,
That could just look
the goal, yeah, okay.
Okay. We better not ever hear talk about parking under a house.
The same.
So it's the same one.
Yeah, the same written
That's right.
comments
That's right.
as the previous.
Okay, and I don't think there's anybody here from the public to speak, so Frankie?
Staff just had an observation that the garage access is on the side per BAR guidelines, and the proposal is raising both FEMA requirements similar to the last one. And our recommendation, similar to last, is the conceptual approval with staff condition to lower the FEMA requirement and final review by staff of permit drawings.
Thank you, Frankie. Any response? Okay, thank you. All right, we're into board discussion and a vote.
I think it's well done. For what it is. It needs to go up. The foundation is what our guidelines have talked about. The street presence is what we've typically guided people to do, so.
Yeah, typically, but it's not possible in this situation. Typically, I would have liked to have seen the door. You have the door up with a couple of steps in front,
Right.
but this sits
I noticed.
right on the sidewalk,
Yeah,
so
there's no room.
would have improved those proportions a little bit, but that's not, I think she's doing the very best that she can with the strength
Right.
of the site regarding that.
Not that I'm saying you should do this, but did you look at lifting and pushing back? I know that's sometimes discussed, but you only have so much yard.
We
I'm just
didn't, I
curious.
mean, we had to go to BZAZ even to do what we're requesting to do now, so I don't think
Okay.
they would have supported us. And we're there with the three sisters, like the sister houses.
True. Okay. Makes sense. And the others haven't been elevated yet?
The one that's immediately to the north of us, I believe, has been elevated at some time in the past slightly, like at some point when people just did a little bit, yeah. And then on the other side of Montague, just several houses down, is in the process of being elevated. That's not a sister house, but just another one.
I have one minor comment, not that it's a deal breaker or anything. And I know that's probably not even gonna be visible, but that little elevator appendage on the back with its own sort of little low pitched or roof line. I didn't know if potentially you might be able to extend the proposed porch roof line back, but maybe half width, maybe about where that middle column is, and maybe catch the top landing of the steps and the elevator and kind of take care of that roof line, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You look at the plan,
I'm
you
sorry, I
kind of
didn't
see
follow
it. If you go to the plan, you can kind of see it real quick. Thank you. Yeah.
Right on board.
I'm not around. This is extend an abbreviated head. Maybe here,
Okay.
take care of that. Or you can engage that right there. Just that little freewheeling appendage just is a little bit different looking, a little trouble with that, so. I don't even know, it's not a major point, it's not super visible, I'm just bringing that up as a suggestion, I'll just say that was a suggestion. I'll leave it at that.
I also wonder if, right now, the HVAC is proposed on the roof of the piazza.
It's not moving, that's where it is.
Oh, that's where it is.
there.
Oh, okay. I got you. But I was gonna say it would be better on the one-story apartment if it's already there. All right, Laura.
I don't have any problems with it. I would think that, are all okay with the foundation as it is?
You guys know my thought on foundations. I think I walk around town, I see all these boring stucco foundations, and they're cold and looking, and there's no detail at eye level, and that's why I prefer something with a texture to it.
This has some windows and some other breaks and things, so it's not
Yeah.
major.
I move for conceptual approval with final review by staff.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review by staff. Do I have a second?
Second it.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, I'll call the vote. Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Yay in favor.
And chair votes with the majority, passes 3-0. Thank you.
And off the record, I agree with you though. It's real expensive right now.
If Bill says you can't score because only fancy houses have score lines.
I get fancy.
We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion to adjourn. So moved. All in favor? Aye. Thank